Okay, we are recording.
Okay, so this is a special called meeting of the Denton County Transportation Authority on September 11th, 2020 at 9:08 a.m.
Nicole.
Nicole?
Yes, well, thank you. As you all know, we are making great progress on the Transformation Initiative, and part of that scope of work and really the biggest components is to host a visioning session with the board in order to set current and some long-term priorities for the agency. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. Brandy did send out some supporting documents from Accenture to the board that you can reference, but I believe that they're going to go over those today as well. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Chris Newport with Accenture, and he is going to lead us through today's activities.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Great to see you all. Let me just start by saying thank you again for trusting us with this opportunity. We're excited about the time that we're able to spend with you today. Thank you as well for making yourselves available for this session. It's critical in our minds. I think that's been reinforced in the conversations that we've had with each of you as we've gone through this first phase of our work with you on the Transformation Initiative. So our interactions with you, each of you individually, has been exceptionally valuable, and I think we've got an agenda today that I think we hope is going to provide a good framework for us to have a good, productive, aspirational, future-focused conversation that will support development of a vision for the agency. So we can go to the next slide, James. So the objectives that we have for today, number one, we're going to, after we get through this first period of me talking at you a little bit, here just a level set on the day, on the agenda, on some ground rules that we would suggest that we all collectively that apply to us as facilitators as well. Then we'll kind of discuss some larger macro trends within the transit industry that are impacting the industry today, just to kind of take a larger view and a frame. Then we'll move into a set of interactive activities coming out of a break that'll be all about thinking about the vision, thinking about the outcomes that the agency would like to provide, for whom, and guiding principles for decision making. And we'll go into obstacles that might stand in the way of realizing that vision, and then really stop kind of decision making and just start inventorying creative ideas that the group has to overcome those obstacles. So those are the high level objectives that we have. By way of agenda, you've seen this in the pre-read, but just to level set again. So the first part, the first 40 minutes here is going to be the most of us presenting to you. So we'll spend the first 40 minutes tackling that expectations for the day, get some feedback on that. Then I'm going to turn it over to Scott and Dahlia to talk through trends in transit. Then we'll take a break for 20 minutes. I'd say at that, when we take that break, if everyone could make sure that you have writing material available to you whenever you come back out of that break at 10 o'clock, that'll be helpful. Then we'll go into DCTA 2025 kind of future casting activity, headlines and hashtags. Then we're going to move into another activity that's focused on developing different aspects and thinking through different aspects of a vision and guiding principles. We'll take a 45-minute break for lunch, then come back and, as we just discussed, go through activities, a breakout sessions regarding obstacles. Then we'll come back as a group, do a readout, and then have another group activity to close out the day after our break in the afternoon. Are there any questions on the agenda before we move on to the next slide? Okay, James, let's go ahead. So just focusing a little bit on the proposed ground rules that we would have for the entire group, for ourselves and members of the board and the staff that are going to be participating today. You know, this is different. We're in a different space than your normal board meetings. We have intentionally not placed any items on the agenda that require a formal vote or a formal position by members of the board. So we are not seeking to alter any of DCTA's governance norms today. We recognize that the decision rights and the voting rights are what they are. We respect those, but we would propose that for today, as we think about what the agency wants to accomplish in the future, that we just recognize that we want to gather as many ideas as we can and work together to develop those. So we'd look for contributions that are candid and respectful and creative from each member of the breakout groups and then the group writ large. That said, there may be times throughout the day where we ask for contributions specifically from members of the board or members of staff. We'd like to suggest to everyone just to assume an open mind position as we go throughout the day, recognize that we each have different perspectives that we bring to the conversations, both today and otherwise in our dealings with each other. And I think what's really important is we take a position of seeking first to understand if someone puts a thought or a proposal on the table, even if you might ultimately disagree with where they go. So regarding presence, we've programmed in a few breaks throughout the day, and we'll be able to take unprogrammed breaks if we need to. So we just ask everyone to be as present and dedicated to the work that we're going to accomplish today. If we start having side conversations that can take us off track from the program that we have today, just ask that you trust us to capture other ideas and key points of the discussion, and we'll try to do our best to keep the group focused on progressing through the agenda, and we can always capture other ideas in a parking lot. Okay, the last thing that I'll say is that this is a unique environment that we're in. I think these are exciting sessions whenever we conduct them. Obviously, the virtual environment in which we're conducting this workshop doesn't allow us to avail ourselves of a few of the different tools that we would normally do. But we are excited about doing our best with the tools that we do have to still maintain an interactive nature of the session. But I'll say if some of the technology tools start going off track for us, then I'd just ask for your indulgence and allowance. If we need to take a quick 5-minute break to reset, then that's what we'll do to make sure that we stay on track. Do these ground rules make sense to you all? Do you feel like this is fair, or are there any missing or that others might propose that we add here? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to the next slide. I just wanted to speak for a moment about why we're here and what we're seeking to do. So we use the phrase a North Star for vision. And, you know, this is a bit of a celestial navigation metaphor that we use, which is, you know, a North Star is something that you can always refer to if you get turned around, if you get confused about where you are. The North Star or vision can serve as a touch point, touchstone for to bring you back and remind you of ultimately what you're trying to achieve. So today, this is about each of you as leaders of the agency, really collaborating within the framework that will walk you through to start identifying the different elements of what the North Star or the vision for DCTA ought to be, where you want to go. The flow of the day is focused essentially on the why, the questions of why we should provide the services that that DCTA provides, what services and outcomes you want to provide, for whom in the different communities that you serve, then progress into the obstacles that are standing in the way of providing those outcomes for the communities and the individuals that the agency exists to serve. And then the last step here will be brainstorming and creative activities to come up with potential paths to take you around those obstacles and ultimately allow the agency to realize its vision. So today is less about how or the means. It is more about identifying the ends that the agency seeks to realize and why. So going back to one of the comments that I made on during the ground rules discussion, as I said, we're not going to be asking any members of the board to be taking formal positions or votes on different positions, different items or proposals, excuse me. That said, we have a technique that we'll use, and we have a virtual component of this that we're going to be sprinkling in, and this is Fist of Five. So what this is it's a technique that allows us to test for consensus of the group. So it's rather simple. It goes from a fist is a score of a 0. And what this means is that if a proposal is offered by a member of the group and you do not agree with it at all and do not see a way that you might agree with it, then you would assign a sentiment of a fist or a 0. The other end of the spectrum would be a 5. That is a proposal that's been put on the table by a member of the board or the staff as we go through these activities. You're very enthusiastic about it and you would champion that proposal. In 4 is you like the proposal and you'd actively support it, support the champion that's actually waving the banner for that proposal. 3 is that, you know, you're kind of neutral, a little bit tepid. It's not the best proposal you've ever seen, but you'd still support it and be able to get behind it. A score of 2 basically says that indicates that you don't support the proposal, but you could probably accept it. And this would be an opportunity to ask a clarifying question or to offer an alternative that would, if accepted or adopted, would allow you to support the proposal. And 1 indicates that you have serious reservations about it. So this is rather straightforward, and the way that you'll see this work throughout the day here is we'll be testing for consensus during several different activities, and we'll be using a tool called Menti, as well as kind of a visual. Put your screen up to your hand up to the camera so we can see it. When we test for consensus, we'll be looking for folks that are indicating that they're at either a 2 or less. And you can expect us to ask some questions there and say, you know, well, what would it take to get you to a 3? Okay, does that make sense to everyone? We're going to have a little bit of a test here to test the concept. So I'd ask everyone to go to menti.com on your devices and then enter the code that you see on the screen, 3945143.
It works best with a cell phone, but you can also use your computer if needed.
Okay. And
once you go to menti.com, put in a code, you should see an initial question. It's just a tester question to get our feet wet with both Menti as well as the Fistify system. Now we'll be using it today. Just vote however you feel to that proposal, that test kind of fun proposal, and we will just show the results as they come into Menti.
We've got them coming in. This isn't looking good for the boys in blue. Let's see. Okay, James, we're at 13 responses here and holding steady.
Can you guys still see my screen for the Menti?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so we've got 15 responses here. Just to advance the concept here, would someone that ranked this a 2? I'll pose the question. Any of you could pop on. Whoever ranked a 2, how could this proposal be altered to get you to a 3?
Win more football games.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So does this make sense to you guys here? This was obviously a cute little example of how the process works, but relatively straightforward, I think.
Chris, would you mind clarifying who all that is logged in should be participating in this activity
Yeah.
now and moving forward?
We will, for each different activity, we'll go ahead and let you know whose feedback we're seeking for the Menti Fistify.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, James. All right, so today, going off of why we're here again, this is really about what the transformation initiative that DCTA has embarked on, which is really all about evaluating where we are today and how we might go to capabilities and a vision for tomorrow that will enable the agency to deliver on the outcomes that it wants to provide for the individuals that live in the communities that it serves. And however, we might decide that those are best organized. So going from the services that DCTA provides today, any efficiencies inside the organization or in the service network that might be brought to bear that could boost service and improve the cost performance of the agency, opportunities to maximize other financial resources, to ultimately provide value in a stable way to the communities and stakeholders that DCTA is accountable to, and ways in which the organization itself needs to be shaped in order to realize the vision and deliver on the outcomes for the folks that we're seeking to serve in the future. So that's what we're seeking to accomplish today through the activities, and otherwise what both you and us are seeking to bring to life as part of this project. And with that, I think I will stop talking and turn it over to Scott and Dahlia to walk you through the second part of this first session here.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. Hey, folks, my name is Scott Boone. I work for Cambridge Systematics, and we're supporting Accenture on developing a lot of the kind of supporting analysis for this work. And so when we're pouring through numbers and trying to turn these numbers into actual actionable information, into data that's useful, A lot of times we're thinking in terms of not just what we're seeing locally here in Denton County, but how those fit into these larger trends that are taking place, these larger conversations that are taking place throughout transit, shared mobility, public agencies across the nation, across the world. So I tend to think of, and I'm really going to use the North Star metaphor. These might be my my little dipper. These North Stars in my constellation here, and the way that I like to think about these different issues and how they affect different aspects of providing transit service to the public. I'm always thinking about customers in the market. This is a little bit more of a business approach. We might think of this as how we are trying to structure our service to meet our performance metrics. But at the same time, all the time, we're thinking about equity and access. We're thinking about the actual experience in the way that customers are able to interact with the service that we provide and how useful it is to them. We think about technology and customer experience from a technical standpoint, whether it's this gentleman with the mobile smartphone here on the bench, or if it's somebody who's calling in to make a reservation for a paratransit service. All of those have some aspect of the customer interacting with technology. It also include rolling stock service ways that we're providing. And then finally, of course, what unfortunately ends up being a constraint on a lot of these kind of hopes and dreams is the funding situation for how we can make this service possible. On the other hand, in addition to just funding through traditional services, looking at partnerships we can have with other agencies, with private companies, with other different providers of service in ways that we can start to make these different services happen. So I'm just going to kind of scream through a couple of ways that I think about stuff. Next slide, please. And I would love to hear, in the chat, I'm going to provide a couple of examples of folks around the country that are doing some of these, or approaching some of these problems and these focal points in different ways. If there's other examples, I know that it's just really tough to keep up with every single agency and the kinds of innovative service they're providing around the country. Would love to see some examples that I'm missing here and that you guys think are important to kind of center in the discussion today. So moving to the customers and market. So when we think about our customers and market, a lot of times, like I said, this ends up being focused around a conversation about ridership. How do we get more riders? How do we reach more people? How do we cover more ground? And those performance indicators are really important, right? But as Dahlia, will usually remind me, focusing on any one performance indicator kind of obscures the trade-offs you're making. And so a lot of times this conversation ends up being about coverage and frequency, but there's a lot more aspects to it that govern how we're providing service. So we think about accessibility, right? And this turns into a conversation about multimodal access. This is about park and rides. This is about pedestrian bicycle facilities. It's about the way that you pay for trips and the way you plan trips. And what works here sometimes will change very quickly. One example I think about a lot is in Utah, they were very excited about, every new bus shelter they were going to build, they were going to put in facilities for docked bike share. And 2 years later, now we're all on to dockless scooters. And so understanding what works in one period of time, belies the fact that you really need to be thinking in a forward-thinking sense of how can we take advantage of innovations in technology to improve our access, but also be aware of the shortcomings of our current approaches. Of course, transit needs to be useful. A lot of times we get bogged down in talking about how many people live near a bus stop or how many jobs are near a bus stop. And we forget about the fact that, for one, commutes aren't even a majority of the trips that are made on transit. Two, just because we're making a trip doesn't mean we're traveling from our home location to our job. There's trips during the day that need to be made. We also think about competitiveness, right? When we're providing trips on transit, most folks almost always have another option to make that trip be a private automobile, even if they don't have access to an automobile that they own. Informal ride sharing is a huge part of the travel economy. And so when we're providing service, we want to think about how we can provide competitive service and where that competition actually makes transit a useful and effective option. Some of the work we did in Los Angeles with their metro service, we discovered that if a transit trip takes about twice as long as the equivalent trip by car, the mode share for transit will fall off dramatically. And that number changes in every city depending on the different circumstances. Of course, Los Angeles is a little bit different than the Metroplex area, but it's also not so different in the average distances that people tend to travel to get to their business. Next slide, please. So when we think about equity and access, this is a little bit different perspective. This is where we need to step back, step away from the key performance indicators and start thinking about the larger socioeconomic trends in our communities. This takes a lot of different forms. When we're talking about allocating seats at the table and understanding history, it's more than just sending out a single survey or having a single community meeting, really understanding the trends in our communities and how those affect people's relationship with the economy, with the transit service, with the government, with private industry. Equity is also where we start talking about environmental sustainability. You know, it's really difficult to talk about public transit without bringing up factors like emissions, you know, unusual weather events. And so when we invest in transit, this is a way that we can start to, you know, address these issues of sustainability. And finally, equity and access. This is where we talk about providing supportive services, right? This is investing in our local economy in a way that allows people to participate that might not be able to access these goods and services and jobs without access to transit. And this takes a lot of different forms. There's some really interesting ways that mobility is provided by transit agencies that's not running a 40-foot bus down the street. In Utah, they have a really cool program where they will reimburse people for giving rides to medical services for their friends and family members. So using those resources to ensure mobility without necessarily taking a traditional paratransit or fixed route approach. In Denver during the COVID pandemic, they've actually started piloting programs where instead of taking people to the grocery store, taking people to the pharmacy, they will use those demand responsive services to just make those deliveries in a way that's much more efficient and certainly much safer from an exposure perspective. Dolly, do you have any thoughts on how we approach equity and access with transit?
Dahlia, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we still can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Fantastic. So what I was trying to say is that what's very interesting as we think about all of these different things is to notice that different communities address these issues in different ways, and they have different focus areas, right? And that through time, all of these focuses change. So we've seen over the last decade that there's been a shift to talking about how we can attract choice riders, right? Folks who do have other options. And that we seem to be across the country seeing that pendulum swing a little bit back to the discussion about how we can provide services that help everyone participate in society and in the economy. And some of that has to do with the pandemic that we're all dealing with. Some of that has to do with other things. But providing these types of services that can help our essential workers, however we decide to define that, is really on everybody's mind these days.
Yeah, and I think there was an article shared with the board earlier that started to talk about why people support transit. Why, you know, in a situation where in most U.S. cities, you know, transit ridership doesn't really exceed, you know, even 5 to 10% of trips, people still relatively consistently support transit measures that show up on ballots. And a lot of that is because, you know, people see transit as part of a supportive community in the same way that even though they might not personally be taking that service, they know that transit provides these valuable services to folks who are in situations that don't allow them to make trips using other mobility methods. And it stretches just beyond transit. Again, transit agencies have this power to influence their communities through development patterns. Capital Metro here in Austin, actually on their big transit measure on their ballot this fall, has allocated, I think, $300 million for affordable housing along transit corridors. And so there's ways just beyond where our routes go that transit agencies, have a lot of influence over the land use decisions, sometimes not as much as we'd like, and the way that funding is allocated at the metropolitan and the county level to really support equity as a major North Star. So let's move to the next slide. So technology, one of the kind of big framing issues, I think, as we've talked through, the service in Denton County with folks, has been this idea of providing innovative service, providing access to these providers who are providing service in a new and exciting and different way, ways that we can use technology to ease kind of the day-to-day operations and make those more efficient. And this is a really important area. Things are changing really, really quickly. Fortunately, now we're about 2 or 3 years into the idea of partnering with a lot of these private companies like Uber, Lyft, Via, et cetera. And we can really start to look back and see where things work and where things don't. In a lot of cases, we are really just recreating demand responsive service that we've been providing for years, but by using mobile telephones to book these trips, we've reduced it from a day advance booking experience to one that's much closer to on demand, and really removing a lot of those barriers to transit service for folks. The flip side of this is that we also, as we're getting more folks plugged into different types of technology, we're able to collect more data, and that can sound ominous and Orwellian, but can also give us a way to really understand, I misspelled data driven, apologies for that, to understand how our service is being received, how it's being used, how it's being provided, understand our ridership trends, understand when different aspects of our service are being used, and making sure that we're in a position to use that data to change service in a really effective way. And we can also start to talk about seamless trips, providing a consistent customer interface to a network. Back down here, another example in Austin that I think really highlights this, and I think is very locally relevant, is the rural transit provider CARTS and Capital Metro have some express services that cross jurisdictional boundaries, but still provide a consistent branding and a single fare box experience to customers who want to travel a fairly long distance to reach jobs and goods and services. And so understanding how we can use technology, how we can use fare payment experiences, how we can use trip planning software to provide a consistent customer interface can really transform the way that people think about taking a trip. They're no longer taking a trip on DCTA services. They're taking a trip on part of a regional transit network that really is focused on getting them where they need to go. Next slide. And that begins to touch on partnerships, right? If we are providing seamless trips, that makes things very simple from the customer's perspective, but it can really start to complicate the way we manage our funding, the way we manage our contractual relationships. And so understanding the different tools available, the different partnerships available, and what's going on around the country is a really critical part of this process. What works where is it time to innovate? Where is it time to learn from experiences around the country? When we talk about partnerships, a lot of these partnerships take place over the long term. So we think about when we talk about return on investment from our transit, that might not be riders, right? That might be an investment in our communities in a way that providing transit service in a certain area can provide economic growth incentives and really can start to transform the way that the community develops over the next 10, 25, or 50 years. And finally, when I'm thinking about funding, I'm almost always thinking about very much in the weeds, capital versus operating. Are we saving money now on capital expenses in a way that is going to cause us to spend a lot more money later by running service? Or are there ways that we can adjust our capital spending in order to minimize operating expenses in the future? What can be deferred? What money needs to be spent now? A lot of times, it seems like the choice is build or no build. Really, that's not how we frame our transit decisions, right? It's not build or no build. It's what happens if we, continue to provide service on the ground and pay for it year after year, or what transformative investments can we make to make sure those operating expenses are really providing that return on investment that we'd like to see locally. And with that, I'll hand it back over.
Thank you, Scott. So we're just before we go into break, just wanted to pause and see what reactions or thoughts the board or the executive staff have just going into the break, hearing about these trends, your reflections on the how this might impact or apply in DCTA's context. Diane, any thoughts?
Oh, I thought you said staff.
Board or executive staff, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think what Scott was talking about helps us to kind of vision other things that we can do. And I think as we think about DCTA, I can't help but think of the other transit agencies and how we can work together to accomplish some things, like the seamless riders and things like that. But I think we're on the right track here. I'm excited about the discussion. And yeah.
Raymond, any thoughts, sir?
Raymond, we can't hear you. You're not on mute, but your mic's not connected yet. And just so everybody knows, you have control of your mic now.
Uh-oh.
I have no idea why it's not working.
Okay,
I have no idea.
we'll figure that out for the break.
So I'll figure out what's happening with my mic because I thought it was working. But no, I think this is spot on, guys. I think you hit the nail on the head. The technology is going to be a big enabler. It's a blocker now. I do believe that the interactions that I've had at APTA, with the conversations that I have weekly with Training Metro and DART, I think there's through that collaboration and discussion, we're recognizing that technology is a big enabler. Our mobility as a service contracts are going to help in the future. I do believe that the agencies need to be working more effectively together, and there's a genuine interest in doing so. The landscape is absolutely changing very quickly. I think we have a good team with Accenture to bring us ideas and concepts from around the country. But I think the way you captured the thoughts of the board and staff, I think this is a great start. So thank you.
Chris, can I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday, during the RTC meeting that we had, Michael Morris stressed that ridership is flat. And so he's going to be contacting the 3 agencies to see how the North Central Texas Council of Governments can help us. So I think having that conversation about what they can do to help us, all 3 agencies, I think this gives us the opportunity to come up with a list that you guys can help us come up with a list of ways that they might be able to help us. Because I mean, I think this is a great opportunity, and I'm glad that they're taking note of what's happening with the agencies, and they're willing to come forward and bring us together to talk about some solutions.
Yeah, that's great. So that gives me the opportunity just to make a comment that I didn't make explicit at the top, which is we're gonna provide a summary output document to the board and to executive leadership on the results of today. But in addition to that, we're also going to provide you with documentation that captures the list of ideas, the inventory of obstacles that we'll document and brainstorm. So coming out of today, you will have several different documents where you can look at these list of ideas that, although they may not have achieved a sense of consensus with this group today, it's still something that you can refer to in the future, and something certainly that we're going to refer to as we go through the remainder of our work with you. Okay, well, with that, we are 7 minutes behind initial schedule, but on schedule given start time, and that's just fine. So why don't we move over into our break? Let's go ahead and keep the 20 minutes. So why don't we return at 10:10? Okay, everybody return at 10:10, and if you would, we're going to describe the first activity. We're going to be moving our group into different 4 different breakout groups. We'll walk through the instructions for that, and then we'll get going with the interactive portion of the day. Okay.
Please ensure when you return that you have a blank piece of paper and a pen.
Okay. See everyone at 10:10. TJ, just a quick perspective from me. I think you're leading the group in the sunniest position on the call so far. You look like you're having a good time over there.
You know, nonverbals say a lot. Hey, I did, Scott, since we're kind of between bits here, I've got a quick text to you, but really appreciated some of the things you were saying there. And Peter Kageyama is an interesting guy about creating spaces and loving your city. He might be a good read for you if you haven't picked up on his stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't. Take a look at that. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, so do we have the board back? Okay, so it is 10:10, and I'll turn it back over to you guys.
All right, great.
Madam Chair, real quick before we get started, and I'd send her a text. Chris, do you think, I mean, I know we got 20-minute breaks and we got a 45-minute lunch break. Do we need to have those that long, or is there a way to, I know typically we work through lunch and things such as that, and so I just didn't know if there's a way to compress that a little bit to still cover all the material, but try to get a little bit early. So I'm just bringing that up because I'm just bringing it up to bring it up, just checking with the other board members.
So Chris, here's our plan. We set the breaks like that to try to maximize the ability of folks when they're in the sessions to be present and not be distracted by a couple of emails they need to respond to or something else. 2 things, having said that though, we are going to attempt to finish early, if at all possible. And the second being that I think we can check with the room, and we'll see how we're going. If
sure,
a 15-minute rather than a 20 would allow people to do what they're doing, then we can play it like that.
All right, that's fair enough. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, James, are you ready to of course you are. All right. Okay, guys, we're going to move into the interactive portion of the program here. We're going to spend the rest of our time together this morning focusing on a couple of different activities to start brainstorming and ideating around what the vision for the future of DCTA and for the agency itself might look like. The first activity that we're going to do is going to involve decomposition of this group, that will be the board members and the executive staff, that is, into 4 different breakout groups. And what we're going to ask you to do, James, you can advance the slide. What we're going to ask you to do is an activity that we refer to as headlines and hashtags. Some of you may have heard or maybe even gone through an activity like this before, headlines or tweets from the future. So what we're going to ask you to do is start putting yourself into the year 2025, and depending on which breakout group you're assigned to, we're going to ask you to stand in the shoes of one of 4 different stakeholder groups or personas that are engaged with DCTA. Okay, and really what you're going to spend the time doing is first there'll be individual brainstorming, then you'll come together and discuss the ideas, headlines, hashtags or tweets that you've developed individually with your smaller breakout group. And ultimately the group itself will discuss which 3 to 5 they think kind of best represents the discussion that is happened within the breakout group. And then we'll all come back together as a broader team, and we'll have an opportunity to share out the results of each group's work, and just discuss on that, reflect on that, see which really kind of comes to the top. Okay. So you're going to need a paper and pen for this activity. So this is going to be the composition of the groups. Brandy is going to move us into the breakout rooms here. Each group will have a member of our team with you, so we can answer questions, provide any coaching, and otherwise just support your work. But this is about your work, not our ideas. Okay. So just final coaching point here. When you're standing in, so group 1, given the fact, James, given that Brandy's going to move folks over into the rooms based on this organization here, let's bring the groups up, the personas, excuse me. So not really visible here on the slide, but those in group 1, you will be assuming the persona of funders. So that could be one of the member cities, that could be the federal government, that could be NTC COG, right? But you will be standing in those shoes, assuming that perspective, and writing headlines or tweets either about or by representatives of member cities or the federal government, okay? Similarly speaking, group 2, you will be focusing on writing headlines or tweets about or by the board in 2025. And the anchor here is the transformation initiative has been wildly successful. In the year 2025, what are people saying, either as a member of these persona groups or about those persona groups? Okay. Does that make sense? Are there questions? And the team can answer any questions or clarify as we move into the groups, but any initially before we move on out. Okay, all right. Then Brandy, I think we are ready to go.
Okay, here we go.
And this feels weird.
Should feel a little weird. It should feel a little weird.
Hey.
Yeah. Isn't this amazing? You feel like you crossed the street or something, right?
It's crazy.
It is crazy. Totally crazy. All right. So here's what we are going to do in today's session. As Chris said, our job is to think about where DCTA is going to be in 2025. Okay. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Perry Sabity, and I'm actually heading up the finance work stream. So I've been working closely with Marissa Perry. But just to get us going here, why don't we do this? I would love to have, first of all, everybody knows each other on this phone call, correct? Yeah. Shannon, I don't see your video, but I'm going to assume you're saying yes. And actually, we can all go on video.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, great. Okay, so what I'd like to do is just have folks start thinking about, now our job is to be board members, okay? So I'm on the board. I actually was on the Columbus City School Board in my hometown, and we went through a whole school closing thing. Don't ask me why I decided for that punishment, but I did. But at any rate, so let's all think about ourselves as board members, and many of you are. What headline would the board want written about it? about DCTA in 2025. And what I'm going to do is give you guys 3 or 4 minutes to just think about it and brainstorm, write it on a piece of paper. And I'm going to ask one of you to volunteer to be the scribe and talk to the larger group when we go back after this exercise is over. So you guys can reflect on your willingness to do that. So, you know, a headline is 4 words. A headline is 5 words, right? And while you guys are thinking about this, I am going to take the liberty of sharing my screen. And I've got a little Word document that I've set up. And as you guys give me some of your ideas, we can all look at them together. So we can pretend this is a whiteboard we're all staring at together. Does that make sense? All right. And I've got 3 of my ideas up there, so let's look at that. Huh? There we go. There. Okay, are we ready to start talking about what we've got? I'm mindful, Chris, of your desire to move quickly. So you're going to find I'm a lady who moves quickly. So I'm going to get us moving. Boy, Christina is like, how long are these headlines, Christina? You're on mute.
I know, I couldn't find, I have 2 screens going.
I
have
see.
multiple headlines. I'm trying to write multiple here. Got lots
I know. I got 3. Okay. So who wants to go first? Chris, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
That'd be great. And then I'll just type while you're talking.
Sure, no. And these might be a little longer than yours, but the first one I have is DCTA ridership explodes 500% since 2020.
I love it. You and me are thinking the same way since 2020. Love it. Love it.
Let's see.
500% in 5 years. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, give me another one.
now that I think about that, that is doubling it every year. So oh well, hey, these are aspirational, right?
They're aspirational.
Okay.
Exactly.
got two-
I said doubles riders to work, but I didn't have a timeline on it. So I like yours
Yes.
better, right? Okay.
The next one is DCTA cuts transportation costs for families.
Yeah.
And then the last one is Denton County achieves air quality attainment, DCTA prime factor.
Air
Quality attainment. Yeah, because we're in one of the worst air quality places in Texas.
Attainment?
Yeah.
Using, yeah. So I'm going to say here, DCTA is
Helps.
a prime,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Factor for region in. How about that?
Yes, that's fine.
That's a long headline, but it's going to, banner headline is going to go across the entire newspaper.
That's right.
All
Absolutely.
right, there you go. Shannon, what do you got for us?
Mine were similar. My whole thing was to create something about moving more people on the train. So I was thinking along those very same lines.
Okay, move more people on the trains. Okay, good. All right, who's next? Is that Diana? Or Diana?
Okay. So DCTA welcomes additional cities to its board.
Okay. Is that it? Only one? Come on now.
DCTA seals deal with KCS for expanded ridership.
What is KCS?
Kansas City Southern Rail. It's a rail corridor.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm not obviously from Texas. Okay. What else you got for us, Diana? You got your eyes fixated on the prize. What else?
DCTA, along with DART and Trinity Metro, brings state-of-the-art ridership to North Texas.
And what metro? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Trinity
Metro.
Metro.
State-of-the-art.
Gotcha.
The mayor's taking care of the air quality.
There you go. Gotcha. Okay. All right, that's cool. Christina, what you got for us?
The feds approve new DCTA regional rail corridor.
Okay.
DCTA generates economic boom at rail stations. Corinth Station spurs new development. Corinth, Corinth. Yeah. Spurs new development. And joint regional rail facility opens for operations.
Hey. All right, Mark, I haven't heard from you, have I?
No.
All right, what do you got for us?
All right, I got three here. Mine go a little more regional, I guess, to some degree. So one is mobility in DFW just got easier.
I like that one. Yeah.
DCTA leverages third-party solutions.
What do you mean by that? Just asking. You mean like Lyft and Uber and stuff?
Could be that, could be other technologies, could be existing transportation infrastructure that's already in place.
Okay.
So, and then the last one, which I think is the best one, but DCTA approves flying into the future.
Uber Air.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah,
Are you a
I like that
pilot by chance?
Oh, no, this is just our relationship with Uber Air that Hillwood has. So.
I love it. I love it. All right. So, you know, if I'm looking at themes here, I would say that the themes I've got here are focused on ridership, right? I think we all got there, ridership. And what's another theme? I've got more people, I got ridership here. So boosting ridership is big, right? And we've got the link to economic development is big too, right? So we've got state-of-the-art transit, we've got economic boom, right, at rail stations. So I'm going to color these, I don't know, turquoise. How's that? How's this? This is Corinth, new developments, right? Mobility to DFW. So this is mobility, which is another theme, right? Going to do those green, right? And I think Fed's approving a regional rail corridor. That's more mobility, right? This is another one on jobs, isn't it? That's blue. Somebody keep me. Air quality. So we have one for air quality. Transportation costs for families. That's interesting because I actually think a lot of the transit, the successful way in which transit is perceived is the extent to which it supports workers moving to where they need to get to work cheaply without buying a car and all that other stuff. So I think that's super important. Okay, so now if we were to think about where we wanted to take our merged view as a group, what we think, you know, our top themes are. So clearly ridership is a top theme, mobility is a top theme, economic and mobility, I guess I mean by that it's intermodal mobility.
And Mari, for the intermodal mobility, I think those last two are also should be green. Because you're leveraging third-party solutions for mobility.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, that's great. And then joint regional rail facility. Where would you put that?
By mobility, right?
Yeah, you think that's mobility too? Okay, good.
And regional rail corridor.
Yeah.
Both have the word region.
And state-of-the-art transit would be mobility.
Okay, let's do that one. Okay. And I'm going to say, so this one, dark horse for region's Amazon bid. This one is all about jobs. You can tell I'm into jobs. That's because I'm from the Midwest. And transportation costs for families. I think that goes with jobs, does it, Chris?
Yeah, economics, just the economics
of it. That?
Yes.
Okay. And air quality, honestly, is economics too, because if we can achieve air quality attainment, if you're like the Midwest, if we can achieve it using transit, it means a whole lot of economic gifts to our businesses, right?
Well, and if we don't attain it, it could negatively impact the economics in our region.
Yep. Okay. So what this says to me is, so somebody's been taking notes. I've been watching Diana take notes. So our themes, our top themes are mobility. See, if we were on a whiteboard, think about how much easier this would be. Jobs, right? Riders.
Ridership.
Yeah. And
economics.
Economics. Yes, jobs. I'm going to call it jobs, economics.
Okay.
How's that?
Yep.
Economic. I'm going to call it competitiveness. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've got three colors. We got three big themes. Okay, so now understanding these three themes, I think all we need to do is pick our best or merge a bunch of these to come up with our best three tweets that represent these three themes. Okay. So let's start with mobility first, which is the green ones. Which one? And then we have to pick somebody who is going to share back to the group. So what do you think we want to say about mobility? State-of-the-art rail. I love this one to DFW. I think that's a huge jobs creator.
Well, I think when you're talking about mobility, I mean, when I think of mobility, I think of convenience, efficiency. So what are we trying, I mean, what are we trying to outline in these things? What exactly are we trying to?
What we're trying to do is take all these thoughts, which are state of the art. We're going to do something regionally. We've got some mixed mode stuff here that we're emphasizing. We've got some future technologies we're thinking about, which kind of gets blended into state of the art. So could we do something, could we blend this together and say, DCTA uses state of the art, right, to, you know, to make this region move or something, right? Or move this region on lots of different ways or something like that. Or pick out 2 or 3 of the best ones you want to actually talk to the rest of the group about.
Well, merging, DCTA provides state-of-the-art mobility options.
Trying to make it more hashtaggy or, you know, little tweet. I'm thinking maybe DCTA innovates mobility, or, you know, DCTA innovates mobility in the region or something like that.
How about DCTA? How about innovations at DCTA move? Could you call your region Denton? Would you call it Denton County or North Texas or what?
We say North Texas a lot because of the regional connectivity. So if you say North Texas.
How about that? Would the board be happy with this?
I think so.
Okay, and I'm going to say here, yeah. So now how about jobs and economic competitiveness? Let's think about that. How would the board, right, view this one? You know, my sense is that the the fact is your members of the board are representatives of multiple different government units and stakeholders throughout the region. So I think if we were to put ourselves in the shoes of the board, looking at jobs and economic development, so what do we have here? Jobs engine, air quality, and economic boom and development, right? So what are we saying here? Is this something about boosting, you know, if I were talking about a country, I would say gross domestic product. If I were talking about a region, I'd be saying boosting our economy, boosting our role in North Texas, in spurring jobs in North Texas. So let's think about what we would do there.
So I think because we are talking about, you know, transit, that we would say something like transit-oriented developments. So I'm going with transit-oriented developments around rail stations creates an economic boost, which I think DCTA's
How about that?
Or maybe it's DCTA drives, in quotes, drives economic competitiveness in the region.
I like that. What do you guys like? You like that? That's drives, regions, competitiveness. How's that?
Might just, yeah, that, or we might throw in economic competitiveness or something like that.
How about something simpler?
Or job, yeah.
Right? All of us, every government is the only, that's what they're totally focused on. And actually, are they quality jobs? They're jobs that people can get to, right? And get back from and support a family, right? So I think we want to talk about drives regions jobs. And I want to go back to Chris's comment about cost for families drives regions jobs. Maybe that goes down here with riders. Let's try that. So ridership, we talk a lot about new riders, lots more riders. So, and affordable, making transportation affordable for riders. So what would the board want to say here? My citizens, right, because of DCTA, right, its assets provide affordable, right, transportation for my families.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm the guy that came up with 500% ridership in 5 years. So, you know, I'm thinking something along the lines of, if I'm thinking of a hashtag DCTA, why own a car?
What is this?
Yeah, why own a car?
Yeah.
And yeah, something about DCTA saving your family transportation dollars or saving you money. I mean, it's just, this goes down to the pretty simple kind of just language that people understand.
Exactly. Save money, live in Denton, and take DCTA. I mean, this is pretty elemental, right?
Right.
There you go.
Can we change it to Denton County?
Oh, sure. You can change it to whatever you want.
Chris was happy that he was getting a lot of residents moving to Denton.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that depends. Yeah, that depends.
Exactly the point. How do we turn this into an attractive asset that's actually an engine for making people move here, making our citizens happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. I love these. Now, the next question is, who is going to speak about these to the larger group? I need to appoint a spokesperson, or someone needs to volunteer. Mark, Chris?
I nominate Christina.
No, this is a board initiative, not a staff initiative.
Oh, wow. I'm just kidding. I'll do it. What the heck? I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll need everybody's support.
All right, excellent. That'll be great, Chris. And what I'm going to do to help you,
I'm frantically copying these down.
No, what I was going to suggest is, if you give me your email address, I'm just going to send them to you. Or I can put them in the Zoom chat box. Which would you like me to do?
Oh, don't do the Zoom chat box. I have that disabled.
Okay, fine. All right, I'll send it to you by email, Chris.
Sure. Yeah, just send it to my city email.
Okay, which is, you have to read it.
Chris.Watts at cityofdenton.com.
Chris.Watts at cityofdenton.com. Is that right? Oh, I got it. Geez, I've already sent email to you. Here's the themes. Thanks so much.
You bet.
Make this work. Come on, there you go. Beautiful.
Okay, let me see if I get it.
Thank you so much, everybody. Now, I think, Christina, don't you take us back? I think we're 3 minutes early. Do you believe
Brandy will take us back.
Brandy takes us back?
Yeah, and you should actually be able to leave the room on your own. I gave everybody their own option.
Oh, you should have told us that at the beginning of the meeting.
But you have to stop sharing screen first, Carrie.
All right, I have to stop sharing. I have to figure out how to do that. Hang on a second. I pressed the red button. Got it. All right, how's that?
It's in the lower right-hand corner.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am.
Just
Hey,
click
this
on the
was
button that says
wonderful.
leave room.
See y'all on the other
Okay.
side.
Oh, so I leave
Yeah.
the room and then I go back to the main meeting by leaving the
Correct.
room? Wow. That's very cool. It requires no exercise.
No. Okay, see you in a minute.
Breakout.
It's teleporting.
This is like magic.
We're all muted until you unmute yourself.
Yeah, you do have to unmute yourself when you come out of your room.
Wow, this is great. Well, I think we were very efficient.
Yeah, staying in the main room, it was almost like rapture watching you guys just like drop off from the main screen into your groups. It's like, who's next going to disappear? So we gave the groups till 10:48 Central Time to come back. So we probably be waiting a couple minutes if you need to stretch your legs or something.
Do you remember what time we broke out into that
Yep.
group?
10:18.
Okay, just remember when you come out of your breakout room, you are muted, so you will have to unmute yourself.
It's 10:48, right? Can I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, we're back, 10:48.
Thank you.
Looks like we have group 2 and 3 back. Groups
Yeah.
1 and 4. Groups 1 is back because Raymond's here.
Looks like we're still waiting on group 4.
Okay.
They must have had hard questions.
Well, and their facilitator got in a little late. From my side.
They have the staff perspective, so I mean, couldn't be easy.
All right. What are we doing? Got it.
Looks like group 4 is back.
Okay, if you're just getting back, just remember that you come back into the room muted. So if you want to talk, you need to unmute yourself.
All right. James, you want to lead us off here? Or do we have everyone back?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay. All right, great. So we'll go into, we have 30 minutes here allocated to sharing out the work of each group. So I'm with group 1, and we had Ron, Carter, TJ, and Raymond in our group, and they nominated TJ to represent the themes that they discussed in their session. And I'll provide backup if TJ needs for the actual headline examples.
I believe the proper framing, since this is a transit organization, is I was thrown under the bus. Kidding, I'm kidding. Had a good conversation. And Chris, I don't know if you want to throw that up now or.
James, can you stop sharing your screen? There you go.
Already done. Yep.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we'll just start driving. So this was in the context of funding. So whether that was one of the cities, federal funds, county, however we wanted to talk about putting money into the system. So we kind of came up with 3 kind of key areas. One is that it attracts, that DCTA, what DCTA does is for Denton County, is that it attracts, whether that's new residents, whether that's new businesses, whether that's new development, whether that's people from the region coming to our events and our amenities and to our businesses. Sometimes I think we, to Raymond's point in our conversation, sometimes we think too much about connecting to the south and don't realize that there's connections to the north that also can be leveraged. So that attraction piece was one of the themes. Enrichment of our current environment. So, higher quality of life, higher standards, whether that's in air quality, whether that's in mobility and connections for our residents, whether that's, for specific groups like our seniors and our disabled. But again, being able to enrich and make our cities and our county a location of choice. And that DCTA comes up in the conversation of why I live here or why I work here or why I put my business here. And then the regional kinds of conversations, being able to efficiently just move people and business through the region. So, and to that point, Louisville specifically, that's one of the things that we tout regularly is our location. We're 40 minutes from anything. DCTA can help with that as well. So those were kind of the broad themes. So what you can see here, and Chris has highlighted them, so I won't read them all, but you can see here that transit investment is key to Denton's development success. So, you know, as I'm talking to a city council, you know, and we're talking about investing in DCTA, you know, what kinds of successes do we have? Are those, you know, did we get another Mary Kay? Did we get a new community, a transit-oriented development growing and adding more housing? You know, those types of conversations were kind of the themes in ours. So I'll leave the yellow highlights for everybody to read. Any questions? Anything we missed?
Yeah, that's a great one. This is a good opportunity. Just a quick clarifying question or a thought from another member of the board. Cesar, Chris.
That looks good.
Yep.
That's fine.
My wife uses the words fine and sure, and I usually need to clarify. So
sure.
Perfect. Now I know exactly where we are. Nice.
Okay.
No, looks good.
All right. Well, that was group one. Why don't we move over to group two?
And that's me. We had the headlines or hashtags from the board's perspective. We basically identified three themes. One was mobility, the other one was jobs, and the other one was riders. Now, I will say my headline that didn't really make it on here was, it did, but the headline was DCTA increases ridership 500% since 2020, which was a little aspirational, but hey, these are brainstorming events. So, but anyway, in mobility, we had discussions about innovations at DCTA Move DFW / North Texas. In other words, DCTA begins to utilize technology, partnerships with ride shares and so forth to really begin to move people. We had some conversation about and the jobs and economic portion, economic competitive. DCTA drives regional jobs. We really saw DCTA as something that could bring jobs to the region because of the ease of transportation. Under riders, we came up with one which was DCTA. Oh, hold on a second. Let me look. I'm looking at my notes instead of the email that she sent me. I'm sorry, but they're all the same. I'm copying them. Let's see what it is. Yeah, jobs, economic competitiveness. DCTA drives regions jobs, and then riders. DCTA, why own a car? DCTA, save money, live in Denton County, and use DCTA. So if you really looked at sort of a common theme running throughout all those was just the convenience and also the financial benefit and the environmental benefit. One that we talked about was DCTA contributes to Denton region attaining air quality standards, which right now Denton County and Denton specifically sometimes can have the worst air quality in the state of Texas at any given day for a lot of different reasons. But so those were some of the things that we talked about. Anybody from the group want to add to that or take away?
So we're overlap of the development theme across and the impact that investments by DCTA and innovation that DCTA can make, how that can drive development opportunities within the county.
Right.
Any other observations?
No, I appreciate the aspirational nature of both TJ and Chris's or those groups' themes.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
I really like the concept of convenience. Why drive a car? That really makes you think differently about the opportunities for transit to provide a lot of different mobility options in the communities, in the business districts.
And I think, Raymond, sort of with that was the theme of, saving families money, that it comes down to also just something that allows families to be more economically sustainable by reducing their transportation costs.
Great one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, group three.
Fire away.
I will note with some regret that my proposal for the minor league baseball team, the Denton County Dentones, was met with a lukewarm response. But other than that, I'll hand it off to Cesar to summarize the perspective.
You know, you're going to see a theme that's starting to show up. We talked from the writer's perspective about ease of use. We came up with a couple of hashtags, ride to fly, one app, one trip. And what we were thinking there is the concept of you get one app, you can pay for an Uber that takes you to a station that then takes you to the airport. And I'll even throw in some, I'm going to kind of go fly off a little bit on my own and kind of say, and it might even have a way that says, and then you type in this text, and then you will get an Uber driver that comes back and or, you know, once you get back to the train, it gets you an Uber driver that gets you back to your house. And so it kind of all one convenient app, one payment, and you just pay one time through this one app. We did talk a lot about, and a lot of it was geared towards convenience for the rider, and making it more. Again, we did touch on, you know, other things like entertainment as well, rides, you know, ride for fun. But those are the two ones we really focused on: ride to fly and one app, one trip.
Ride to fly, Caesar?
Ride to fly. Hashtag ride to fly. So I just saw something on LinkedIn from DCTA that says hashtag ride DCTA. And we're kind of envisioning in 5 years, we'd have a regional app that would say hashtag ride to fly. And that would be a joint thing between the Trinity Regional, DART, and DCTA, that you can get to all of our regional airports through the one system.
And Connie had the great idea of, you know, anchoring a whole campaign around, you know, ride to fly, ride to any number of destinations. It's a real flexible hashtag.
And when you first said that, Mark had talked about in our group. Mark, if you would sort of say what you did about the sort of linking the Uber
my
flight.
my hashtag was DCTA flies into the future, and it was really related more to Uber Air and kind of how that next generation of flying, or potentially using your app to actually get into the air and fly, as opposed to getting you to an airport, but maybe it's flying you to another location and then taking a ride somewhere else, or even flying you to the airport and then taking a flight. So it could be any of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is kind of drilling down into that mobility, the innovation at DCTA moves DFW that Chris brought up. I think it's unpacking that a little bit.
We're going to do it. I think we're going to have to
I'll add a little bit more. Go ahead.
A little bit more of a technology company, for lack of a better term, than we are. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about is meshing together or building a technology solution. And that's kind of a different kind of expertise than I feel like we have. Raymond, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think we're moving, it's not DCTA alone. I think a lot of transit agencies across America are moving to that realization. We've had great conversations with DART about leveraging their platforms and leveraging ours. So I think it's about leveraging technology, going from what you would conventionally think of transit to more of a technology-centric organization. The language is different. You start talking about data integration, data clearinghouse, financial clearinghouse, that's not typically thought of in transit, but I think there's a national movement in that direction. There's investments from the FTA and other parts of the federal government to see that happen.
Yeah, I'd add, Raymond, international movement in that direction as well, where agencies are serving, a few of them kind of emerging as orchestra. I mean, Scott and Dahlia could speak to this better than I, but serving as an orchestrator of a door-to-door journey for someone, and less about the specific modes that they provide,
right,
to support that journey. Good. This is just my perspective here. This is great. You guys are focusing on kind of the results and the outcomes that are being enabled by the agency. So that's spot on so far. So how about group 4? Dahlia, I think you might be able to, are you not able to unmute yourself now?
Joe was going to be our spokesperson.
Yeah. So Joe should be presenting.
It looks like he's unmuted.
Yeah. No, I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I was waiting for Dahlia. I didn't know she wanted to say anything before I got started, but looks like we're good to go. So yeah, I'll hop into it. We've got 3. Where our perspective was from the DCTA staff's perspective. So our first one is that it's a great place to work and attracts the best and diverse talent in the industry. Our second one is DCTA staff values to build strong relationships with and maximize resources available to all partners and stakeholders. In our discussions, that was a kind of a big part of our discussion, was just how DCTA staff continues to work with and either build and maintain those relationships with the various stakeholders, not just member cities and non-member cities, but all the transit authorities and organizations and just any stakeholder really that DCTA staff would come in contact with. And then the third one would be DCTA staff is hyper-focused on a positive rider experience and an intuitive system that is user-friendly. So I think Cesar was kind of talking about that a little bit, just that with ride to fly experience. So again, just, I guess having that technological platform that really makes the rider's experience, positive and as best as it can be. And that's it.
Okay, so high level there, calling out the fact that there's an empowered and engaged workforce that's focusing on, I suppose, the placing the rider first and walking their days back from there. How could they can best impact the service experience that's provided. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, let's go back out to the group. Connie, what do you think about that?
Connie, you're still on mute.
Yeah,
You should be able to. Okay, there you go.
Got it. I think that makes sense. The idea of working towards the rider, but and I think it's really important that we have empowered, really quality people in our staff, and that they're empowered to do what needs to be done to support the rider. Did I address what you're asking?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on group 4?
I'm sorry, can I just add one other thing to that? It's kind of interesting if you say empowered to do the rider, and I think that it's a slight movement from totally supporting the stakeholders, the people paying in, the cities that are paying in tax. If you're taking the rider perspective, I think it might be different than if you're taking the city's perspective. Just a thought there.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to add which I don't think has been really covered in any of the groups, and it's the concept of our brand and our reputation. It matters a lot in this industry. It influences funding decisions. It influences how willing FTA and FRA are willing to work with you. It influences how the COG perceives us. It influences how our communities are represented in the region. So I think from a staff perspective, it's important for us to have a high degree of reputation and a good brand image. I think back to a few years ago where our judge had said, you know, we need to do some work. I think we've come a long way in the last couple of years, but we still have a lot of work to do to continue to influence the perception of others in the region about DCTA.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's interesting is from staff's perspective, yeah, I think staff does a great job in connecting with our stakeholders and our partners. But Joe, who actually was a spokesperson for this group, is from the colony. And so again, recognizing others in the region, if we're looking into the future of what we're going to do, then making sure that our other locals are involved in what DCTA is doing so that they can consider what needs they may have for ridership that staff could help with and bring back to the board.
Can I make a quick point about Connie's comment earlier? And I don't know if this is what Connie meant, but I've heard I think from some staff and some other board members about, I think, a misperception of member cities and wanting it to be city focused versus rider focused. I honestly think, and I think everyone on this call probably understands, hopefully at this point, that we're really all in the same boat going in the same direction. Like, I really don't think, and I said this in our interview with Chris, was I think there's a perception that there's not agreement, but there really is a lot of agreement across the board. So I think from the city's perspective, if there were tons of riders, there would probably, and the system was working perfectly, I don't think we would have ever gotten that involved with wanting to revamp things if it was working for our riders and our citizens. So I don't think those two are mutually exclusive, and I don't think it's ever been the intent. So I just want to clarify, because I have heard that perception from some is that, we want to cut the costs at the detriment of the riders, and that's really not the intent. I mean, the intent from I can say from and I'm speaking for TJ as well, but I think I'm on safe ground here, is that we want a system to work for our riders and for our citizens. So, and I think Chris would say the same for Denton. But anyway, I just wanted to put it out there. I don't think that's what Connie was necessarily meaning, but I wanted to clarify that because I've heard that in the past.
No, I think, Claire, to your point, that I think is what we all heard TJ just represent when he was talking about the themes coming out of our group, which was the funders group, right? So member cities and the federal agencies.
Yeah, like I really like what Scott said from Cambridge, which was short and sweet, and that transit has to be useful to the communities. And I really think that defines ROI and value and all that. It has to be useful, otherwise why do it? And I've heard Chris Watts say that before as well. And useful doesn't necessarily mean ridership. Useful can be improving your ability to commute from one side of your city to the other side of your city. If it takes 45 minutes to do so today and you can do it in 25 minutes, that's useful. I think that's a great way to define it.
One app, one trip.
One app, one trip.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to transition to the next activity here in a moment, but I want to any final thoughts or observations after hearing from each four of the groups? Okay. Well, as we move in to the next activity, which is going to be a group activity, all of us together. We called out from a thematic perspective, DCTA investment impacting development outcomes that can have a couple of sub outcomes flowing from there. We've heard about innovation to both approaches, but well, to both technology, but also innovation in the mindset about how DCTA could provide utility to the folks that live in the region. And I think, and we've unpacked that a little bit more with the one app, one trip and ride to fly concepts from group 3. And then the staff perspective, each of those 3 things, I think, are delivering more positive outcomes to the region broadly and to the individuals that live within it, and that creating a more engaging, potentially diverse and inclusive environment for the staff. All right. Mr. Callison, why don't we go ahead? So that was great, guys. I'll just say, I want to pat you on the back there a little bit. It can be challenging when we're all thinking about, particularly with, specifically, we've got the pandemic going on. Add to that it's being the 9/11 anniversary, it can be difficult to kind of take yourself out of the current state and cast yourself forward and really get creative. And I think each group did a great job of doing that. And we captured a lot of really good ideas and thoughts there. Okay, so we'll move into the next portion here. And we're gonna wanna focus on a few activities that are gonna start dealing specifically with the vision that we have agency, the impacts and value that the agency can or should deliver, and for whom. And we're going to move from a visioning exercise and into an exercise that is going to ask us to start establishing the tenets of guiding principles. So as we think about that, just to anchor us for a moment here, guiding principles help us define the core values for an organization. It can provide an example of behaviors that staff and board members are expected to model, and set an example for how the board and the staff work together, but also how the agency collaborates with other entities within the region to produce or realize the vision that it hopes to achieve. So just a few quick comments here as we go in. This is an example of elements of effective vision and guiding principles, right? So they tend to be collaborative. So in seeing yourselves as one group that is ready to partner with others that you might not have thought about partnering with before in service to the vision of the agency. Recognizing the individual business unit needs, the agency can't itself be successful if the resources and capabilities are not provided to a given business that is where a dependency exists to realize the vision. These should be actionable and valuable for progress. So they can be flexible, but need to be kind of biased towards action, less theoretical. So driving towards, think about SMART goals. These need to be something that the group can act on. And then finally, understanding that there's a trade-off. No entity can be everything to everyone. So acknowledging that in a world where decisions need to be made and tough choices will need to be addressed, that guiding principles can help, and the vision can help serve as that North Star and that touchstone that we described earlier, to help both the staff understand what the board's direction is as it considers different options to bring up for consideration. And again, as the board considers what actions it might seek to take. I believe that you all are being leaders of organizations yourselves. I expect that this will make a lot of sense and be something that you've seen before, but just wanted to present this as a foundation for us. If there aren't any questions, then I'll turn it over to James to tee off our Menti activity here.
Yeah, before we jump into this Menti activity, I just want to take a quick step back to kind of understand and put in perspective what the purpose of this next Menti is. So with Scott and his innovation in the industry session, we kind of learned about where the industry is moving, and that fed into our understanding of the headlines and hashtags, where we set a goal of, if everything is going right 5 years from now, what will the community be saying about us? What can we be saying about ourselves? This next activity is meant to, with those assumptions in mind, with the idea of how we get to those 5-year good outcomes, what do we need to set as objectives? What do we need to clarify as our purpose? And keeping that in mind, there are 4 questions that we're going to ask you guys, just like how you did with the last Menti. Log on to that website, menti.com, put in that code. We're going to add a new element because these are free response. Please begin your response with your initials, just so we can crystallize who is responding where, and making sure that we can understand where the board's responses are, where staff responses are. We also, for individuals that are on the call that aren't board or executive staff, this is really primarily targeted at board and executive staff, so hopefully only those 2 groups are responding to this. So please type in this code 3945143 that you see in the middle of the screen, board and executive staff, to start answering these questions. And we'll go one by one. So you should only be able to answer the first one first, which is, what difference are we trying to make at DCTA? That is a broad question, and it's intentionally designed to be so. Of keeping in mind the last exercise, what do you think is important as a difference maker for DCTA moving forward?
Can I ask a question? Do you want alternates to do this as well, or no?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And Chris will keep an eye to responses. So when we get a sufficient number, we'll switch the screen so we can start discussing those responses as they keep coming in.
I'm seeing 1 so far.
And just as a reminder, as I said, sign off with your initials at the beginning.
No worries for those that haven't done that yet.
Also, I should have said this at the outset. If you have any difficulties getting into Menti, and you should be able to, please speak up and let us know.
So quick question. If we've answered the first question, it says, please wait for the presenter to show the next slide. It's so that we're waiting on the next question. Is that it?
Yep, yes, yeah, we're just going to discuss question by question.
Okay, gotcha.
We don't want you getting ahead of us.
No. I was just curious as to the process.
Absolutely.
James, I think we can flip over. Responses are still coming in, but we've got 12 right now. 13.
I think we're looking for a total of 16, correct?
Okay, Chris, do you want to just start reading them out and then we can discuss them all
sure.
together at the end?
So we've got increase the agency's reach to more of the end users. I think that's interesting coming out of our last discussion. Providing mobility solutions that effectively and efficiently move people from place to place. Improve regional mobility and desirability of Denton County as a place to live, work, and visit, which interacts well with TJ's here, providing safe, alternative, reliable movement, higher quality of life. Highly efficient and effective system that benefits member cities and the region as a whole. Enabling people to easily move around the area, be it for work, school, medical, or fun, for any other reason. That's interesting. I didn't hear necessarily that's an enablement, not a direct service tie there. Service mode tie, excuse me. Improve the convenience of ridership with cost-effective initiatives. Impacting the residents of Denton County in a positive way. Regional mobility and enhance environmental quality. Okay, so seeing a lot about value provided broadly to end users, to riders, to funders. I think this become a true regional partner for transportation is unique so far from others in that regional partnership. And a couple of these focusing or emphasizing safety of the experience as well.
Great. As we move to the next one, keep in mind, take TJ for a beautiful example of signing off with the initials at the beginning, if we could all strive for that. Otherwise, let's switch to the next question. You should have on your screens now, for whom are our services most important, and the ability to respond to that. Please speak up if you don't see that. How are we doing responses, Chris?
We're at 9, James.
Sure, I think that's good to start jumping over for it.
Just by way of time here, everyone, we're looking for about 5 minutes on each of these questions.
Seems like there's a heavy emphasis across the board almost of vulnerable populations and populations that are heavily dependent upon the services as the most important individuals to receive the service. I also see commuters, and I also see individuals of the community from areas that are paying into the system. Anyone else thinking of anything else that I hadn't touched on there, or Chris, do you see anything else?
No, although an observation that I have, it's interesting, given the responses that we had from the 2 previous activities and the responses to the questions that we just saw, which are focused on driving quality of life and development outcomes and efficient and effective service. The folks that services are most important to, I wonder if this is a present state view, being the, seems like being a vulnerable population and transit dependent representation here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I didn't see translate is something that we discussed pretty heavily in our breakout was the concept of attracting businesses, economic development. If that's the pillars of what we're trying to achieve, then I think it, from a current state, it's typical to look at elderly, disabled, vulnerable populations. From a future state, it's that we have this incredible flexible asset that people want to plug into. When you think about international or companies that are looking to relocate to a state, one of their top 10 reasons to move from there is a vibrant transit system.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that's a great segue to the next question, Chris.
Actually, James, TJ, do you mind if I pick on you for a moment?
I'm the resident punching bag. It's not a problem.
I have a broken arm, so it'll be a soft blow.
Super. I like it.
Yeah. Would you mind just speaking to the group a little bit about the thoughts that you shared and your response to the preceding question here and what you've offered in response to this question?
So this one, I look at this as if we narrow it, I mean, yes, disabled, ADA, seniors, I get that, but if I think only in those terms, we're never going to grow.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a growth model for me. That's a quality of life that's important, but is it the most important to match with development and other users? I mean, I want middle-class folks hopping on the bus as an option. Transit gets pigeonholed. I'm sorry, I'm going to rant here for just a moment. Transit gets pigeonholed as for the disabled and the elderly, or for the poor. And I see people all the time. I wouldn't use the bus, Well, have you taken that lovely bus down to Austin that they have during the session, the Vaughn Lane? That's incredible. And people who make tons of money ride the bus. It just looks different. So I feel like that mindset, is it most important for them? I can absolutely read the question that way. Is transit, you know, who is it most important for? I want to broaden that scope. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know if I don't know if that's the point of me talking to this or not, but that was just what's going through my head as I'm reading this. And I'm not, I get that we can read that question a couple of different ways. So this is not me judging anything. This is just in my head what goes through my head when I read it.
Okay, so just to read back, you're expanding the individuals from that that set that you just described, seeking a broader set. So is that the way that we should read this with the
that to me is how
and the contract partners?
Is how that, but and so that to me is expanding the mindset of who it needs to be most important to.
Okay.
I will add,
yeah, please.
I will add one thing. I didn't keep in mind that the question should be answered from the future state.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Was that a shared experience of the group?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just reading it as an objective question about who needs it, and I don't know. I appreciate, and I don't think you should read too much into that about what our aspirations are. Just that's who needs it. I mean,
yeah.
More, that group of people needs it more than I need it.
Right.
That's all I was trying. That's all I answered anyway.
And I brought up the subject because I think from a future state, if we're trying to grow our cities, if we're trying to increase sales tax, if we're trying to make it attract the Mary Kays and other companies, when they look at making decisions on whether they're going to relocate, that's a big differentiator. Our train system can be a big differentiator. So that's why I brought it up. But
yeah, and I think that's a different. If you had asked me who do we want our services to be important to, that's a different answer.
Yeah.
See, I took it a little more. I took it a little more global, and that's why I answered what I did, and took a little bit further maybe than TJ, but as he was talking about there, and then even where Raymond was going, mine was more all-encompassing and looking at now and the future. Why I said all residents, employees, and visitors, and trying to move them throughout the region. That relates to what we're trying to do and economic development that we're trying to get to, and kind of encompasses everything, I think.
And I was looking at it from who most needs it and why voters actually vote for transportation. Because they want to know that these citizens are being taken care of. I don't think they go out to the thinking that we do. I think that would be a different question. But in this one, it's who needs it the most. And so going back to why do voters even support this? And to me, this is the reason. Now, if the question was asked differently, I think we would get those other responses.
Yeah, so there's obviously, as you guys have observed, there's several different ways to pose the question. I think what's important is, as we cast ourselves into the future and think about what that vision needs to be to realize the possibilities, we need to remember what we can't leave behind, and what's essential to carry with you as an agency into that future view. And I think this captures, the responses here capture several different aspects of the ways of framing it. So.
Yeah, and the reason I thought Raymond's initial comment was the perfect segue to the next one is because this question was designed to be somewhat of current state. What is the most valuable thing right now DCTA is serving? Whereas the next two questions that are going to be popping up are more future. oriented. They are, how do you know we're going to be succeeding? That's where these questions of what new metrics, what new communities are going to be the markers of success as we move forward, how does that demonstrate to the community as well as to ourselves? So I think Chris hit the nail on the head, that we're trying to get at the second question of more of what is the kind of the staple bedrock of a community we can't leave behind as we approach this future vision. With that in mind, I propose we go to the next question for the sake of time, which is, how will our community know if we are succeeding?
As you reflect on this question, I'd ask you to think about what your instrumentation panel might begin to look like. You know, qualitative or quantitative indicators of success from that the community would use to say, yes, DCTA is marching into the future in line with the vision that it has set for itself.
And please remember to sign your responses still, as always. How are we looking for responses, Chris?
We're at 4, James.
It's definitely not a quorum. We'll hold off for a second more then.
We're at 11, James. $16.
I'm seeing a lot of, certainly, services being provided as intended and to meet the needs of individuals. Easy to navigate. Ridership and economic development.
Direct feedback from the community. Yep.
And then also, I think this one's very important, the tied into the more regional community at large, and more into the regional agencies that exist, and even national.
This is great.
Anything else anyone's seeing or thinking about that hasn't been mentioned here? I also definitely like this comment of when individuals think of DCTA first as they plan a trip from point A to point B because it is a safe, convenient, reliable option. I think that encapsulates a lot of what we're seeing here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any reactions from the group here as you look at the collection of responses?
Chris, the only thing I'd like to say is I think to some extent I approach this not just as a kind of a threshold at which our roadways become congested, and to some extent this enterprise is a success when we prevent, we allow more mobility, period. Just a buffer sometimes from increased congestion in our roadways. And I think we've facilitated in the past the expansion of our freeway system, and that's a success. And to the extent it's going to result in increased ridership, but just to the extent that we can keep the usage of our roadways down or from a level at which they don't function properly is a part of the overall mobility system. Some of what we control and some of what we don't, that's a success. And that was part of what I was trying to say in my response, that I'm just not seeing a lot of otherwise, and I just may not be on the same page as everybody else, but wanted to bring that up.
Well, I think that might be a good segue to the next question.
Final question is, how will we internally, so obviously we just did the community aspect, how do we internally at DCTA know we are succeeding? Things to keep in mind for this might be like, what type of metrics, what type of variables do you think are most crucial to look at internally as a board, as an executive staff, to understand whether we're meeting the success factors for this North Star ideal? And I'll harp on it all day long, but please also remember to sign your observation.
Again, this is the internal component of what a future state dashboard might include. Quantitative or qualitative factors.
Are we looking good to jump over, Chris?
We've got 4 responses, but I think here you go, 6. Let's just give it a moment, and then we can pop over.
Sure.
All right, we're at 10, James.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing a lot of increased ridership as well as ridership satisfaction from surveys. And then I'm also seeing things like the community mobility being improved and the apps and technology associated with it improving.
Yeah.
This is one I like as well, the land use and development patterns with growth around transit investments. Anybody else seeing anything else, including Chris, or thinking about anything else that I didn't just touch on there?
I'll just say I think we're getting kind of a mix of what the agency would traditionally look for: ridership, surveys regarding customer experience, but also getting into some of those elements of the future state that we seek to create here: new business relocations, TJ's comments regarding app downloads and usage. Penetration of new customer markets, employment centers. Yeah.
I'd just like to add that there's been a lot of focus and communication from our stakeholders about taking some of the financial investments that have been used for conventional transit and using them to facilitate what's been called ELAP. Now we're talking about TRIP, but my hope is that adds a very different for DCTA, maybe not other transit agencies, but a way to look at the value proposition. Because if those investments are connecting lane sidewalks and trails and improving corridor design so that we can move more people, have better transit fluidity through a corridor that enable people to get across their cities and across the region. And it could be something as simple as street improvements or road crossing improvement or something like that. I think that's a conceptually different in how we've thought as an agency. I'm excited about it because I do think that there's things that a city can do to help improve that mobility. And some of that could be in better land use, better infrastructure, things of that nature.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just add one? Or one? I think that as we really look at being a regional player, that other cities will come, a measure of success would be other cities coming and wanting to be a member in whatever form, whether it's through a tax or through some other payment. But just like Corinth is coming in now, other cities, as we have a viable regional product, I think that would be a good measure of whether.
Mm-hmm. Whether through the sales tax encumbrance or establishment of a tax increment reinvestment zone.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, great.
All right. I think we can pivot back to the next part before lunch. This is the last thing we're going to get through before lunch, which is pivoting these 4 things that let's just call them, for lack of a better phrase, objectives that we want to strive for to achieve those positive headlines coming out of the headlines session we had earlier, headlines and hashtag session. Pulling this idea back to our forefront of our minds as we start setting our guiding principles that are going to influence the obstacles that DCTA faces now, but also the solutions and the solutioning vision that we have to overcome those obstacles. We're going to now start to kind of draft together as a group ideas of guiding principles and then gather consensus around those for how we start to address issues moving forward. Chris, if you want to lead us through this.
Yeah, so I think the goal of this exercise here, this is another free form, so chance for you to write on a virtual sticky note here in Menti, kind of anchored by the conversation that we've had this morning about what headlines or expressions of success would look like, what we've talked through about the aspirations that you've had regarding increased ability to be innovative and to orchestrate mobility across the area, to provide safe mobility outcomes for folks, not forgetting those that require and rely on the services today, and thinking about the measurement, kind of just a free form brainstorm. So this is another kind of rapid fire here of what you think a guiding principle could be.
So it's going to be the same code. It's going to be still free form. Obviously, the last sections were more sentence-based. You can go a little bit longer, but ideally for a guiding principle, it's short and succinct. Something that's kind of a tagline that can be approached for the board, for the staff, for everybody involved as a stakeholder of how we pivot towards our North Star vision.
If you have questions, please feel free to ask. This is explicitly a forward-leaning perspective that we'd ask you to bring to the guiding principles as you think through them. And these can be pieces of what might be a more complete statement. Thanks, TJ.
How are we looking for responses, Chris?
We're at 3, James.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is a meaty question here, right? So I think the fact that you're taking more time to think through this is appropriate. Five, James. So, James, we're at 10. As remaining folks finish their thoughts, I think we could come up.
Okay, and this will be what we're going to leave you with as we head into lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we're going to try and gather consensus among, in particular, the board for guiding principles that we're going to shoot to strive for throughout the afternoon and beyond. So we're just going to go through and read these out, because this is really the crux of a lot of what the morning is built to. So you guys can, for lack of a better phrase, marinate on them during lunch. Think of new, different nuances to them, as well as if anything else is triggering your mind for good things to bring to the table when we come back from lunch. Just running through what we're seeing, it's taxpayer value, ease of use, recognize that DCTA is a true regional partner in North Texas transportation services, increasing the quality, quantity, and efficiency of the mobility alternatives available to Denton County residents, mobility solutions for all, leveraging relationships, partnerships, and technologies to provide services and funding for those services, efficient use of existing infrastructure to provide services now and into the future, enhancing the quality of life environment in our community by safely moving people through our region and offering convenient linkages to multimodal transportation choices, providing safe, reliable, and accessible service, understand and provide mobility solutions to both private and public stakeholder groups, continue to plan for and address future needs and demands on the DCTA network and infrastructure, maintaining the regional focus, providing an efficient, fast, and easy option for users to reach their destination, increasing mobility and sustainability development, and providing a competitive advantage to the region with regards to new business and residents, making the train and bus service available to all, and partnering with regional players, cost-efficient and convenient transportation, fiscal efficiency and unity, and a value to stakeholders with innovative in all areas with seeking best practices. And then also, let's not forget the environment.
Evidently, this tool doesn't let you do a bullet type list.
No, it does not. The technology is not that advanced yet. As we're on the Okay, so as we go through that list, we're going to come back and kick off with this guiding principle discussion after lunch as well, and try to drive in on definitely some central ideas and get consensus around those to influence the solutioning aspect of this afternoon. Before we call lunch, Chris, do you want to leave anything else on the table here?
Yeah, first, just, you know, when we return from lunch, we'll come back, as James was saying, we'll come back to this guiding principles and visioning portion, and have a consensus check or gaining activity. Then moving out of that, I think we'll go spend a little bit more time on DCTA, as we've heard from each of you is today, and kind of gel around key obstacles that would need to be overcome to realize the vision and to use the guiding principles to navigate around, and then spend the last portion of our time together really just rapid fire brainstorming around potential solutions for those obstacles. So I'd say just reflect on what you've accomplished so far today, which I'd say is impressive, accomplished this morning, and just be ready to come back and I think try to distill what we've done this morning into a consensus statement. The last is just a time check with the team. How would you all feel if we came back at 12:30, 12:35 rather than 12:45? Assuming that if we were to truncate the lunch, then everybody would be fine with folks maybe finishing up their lunch as we move into the next portion. Is that attractive to the group?
Yep.
Not really.
Really? Is that what you said, Chris?
No, I think he said not really. Somebody said not really.
But I mean, 35, 40 minutes, I guess it's fine.
Okay.
I'll try. I might be eating towards the end as we come back, but.
I will have food in front of me, Caesar. You won't be alone. I promise.
So it sounds like drive-through, not sit down.
I got a quesadilla calling my name.
Yeah. All right. Let's call it 12:35. We'll be back.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And it is 12:35.
Looks like we still have work.
So it is. I'm having some issues, everyone, getting my video camera to come back. I don't think that needs to hold us up. That's all right with you guys. Madam Chair, are we good to proceed?
We are good to proceed.
Okay. Okay. Well, the first thing I wanted to do with you all is just check in. That was a relatively intense morning. Just get any feedback you all might have on those sessions there.
I thought it was good. It's Chris. No, I thought it was informative. Good ideas. I really like the exercise about projecting out 5 years out. to sort of see, looking back, you know, what do you want to see in the future, and then how can we build that moving forward from the present? So I really did like that exercise.
Yeah. Headlines and hashtags are fun, yeah, and effective. Thank you, Chris. Anybody else? Any modifications you might want to see? Okay. All right. So we'll. I think that was the likely to be the heaviest Menti usage there at the as we moved into lunch. You know, again, just going back to the how much easier this is to not only have the full exposure to the nonverbal communication tools that we all have, but these virtual tools kind of can be less intuitive to work with. But I think the feedback and the results that you all produced were really great, exceptional, really. So here's what we have in store for the afternoon. So the first thing that we'll propose to do is we spend some time over the break reviewing those guiding principles, thoughts, as well as the themes that had emerged during the morning, and we at a potential draft statement that we have organized into 4 parts that we'd like to walk through a fist to 5 exercise with you all visually. So that would mean on screen, not in Menti, walking through those four pieces. Then following that, we'd walk over to DCTA today. So we'd review the high level observations and themes that we had from our individual interviews, and then move into an alignment on the key challenges or obstacles. And I think we will truncate, we'll be able to progress through those 2 activities, the DCTA today component, more efficiently than we had initially planned to per the schedule. And then we'll get into our last activities, which will go back to a breakout session on the solutioning, and finally come back together once again to close out the day. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Senor Callison. So what you'll see on the screen here is our synthesis of what we heard you all expressing by way of themes and in your own words from the exercises. So what we'd like to do here is to work through, you can see the color coding that we've assigned here. DCTA will innovate with regional partners to deliver safe, accessible, customer-focused mobility solutions that enable new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes for families and communities of Denton County. And I couldn't say that all in one breath. But deal with each of these components in turn, see where the group is by way of consensus, what modifications might be made that could increase consensus, and walk through this, and then we'll get into DCTA today. So reminder on fist to 5, 5 being a champion, indicating that you would champion the first component of the statement. Here we go, thank you. 4, I like the proposal and would actively support it. 3, maybe not my preferred choice, but I'd still support it. And then 2, 1, 0 being I can't support this, differing degrees of I can't support this and I'd like to see a change, with 0 being I can't support it at all in its current form. So what we'll do, I'll actually ask James to read the first component statement, and then we'll ask each of the board members to give us a fist to 5. And again, just a reminder, when we see a 2, 1, or 0, you can expect a question from us to you around, can you tell us why you're at a 2, 1, or 0, or what would it take to get you to a 3 or a 4? Okay? And we'll go back. I don't think we need to revisit our ground rules here, but this is all about coming from a perspective of seeking to understand where we have lack of consensus immediately. Okay?
So the first part is DCTA will innovate with regional partners. This is who we are partnering with and also some of the technology and expansionist components that we are seeing in the guidance. And I think we can just go to a fist fight. I won't be able to see Chris, so I'll be fine.
Okay. All right. So, Diane, that's a 5. Chris, that's a 5.
Sam's 2. Mark 4. Connie 5. TJ, sorry, I missed yours. 2. Diane was 5. Ron, how much?
Ron was?
5. Cesar?
I think he just saw something in the chat that he couldn't see the video. He was going to hop off and rejoin.
Got it. Carter? Oh, you already got Carter's. I'll go to my next page. Joe, you're going to have to speak yours. And I don't see Claire.
Okay, Chris, I'm back on.
Okay, Cesar, so what we're doing is our first visual fist to 5 exercise for this first portion of the statement that you see in green. Right? So we're seeing if what degree of consensus we have among the board for this first component. DCTA will innovate with regional partners. Is that a, sorry, Cesar, I couldn't quite see. Was that a 4?
4.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we go, Sam, could we turn to you on the 2? You're a 2 here. Could you give us a sense of where you are?
Sure, and it's maybe just a hyper technical reading of. I want to make sure we're innovating whether or not our regional partners are or not. I want to innovate with our regional partners where possible. I don't want to be dependent on people we can't control for that to be part of our objectives. And that was really the major point of difference.
Innovate independently and dependently where possible, or mutually where possible.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so well, let's stay with you then. Just looking at the statement, do you have a suggestion of a modification that would get you to a 3 or higher?
Sure. DCT will innovate and where possible with regional partners. And I think that's the only change I need. And again, you could probably read it that way maybe, but I want to make sure that that's clear.
Does anybody have objection to that rewording or thoughts on issues that wording might bring up? Otherwise, I can just live make that edit.
Just let's not go there quite yet, if you don't mind. I want to hear. I had Brandy. I think that was you reading those off. I had TJ as a 2. Sam as a 2, and I had
Claire
5.
Watts was a 2.
Claire.
Claire, I did not get hers. Her video is not on.
Who else did you say was a 2?
Chris, I'm sorry. Were you a 2 or a 5?
No, I was a 5. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. All right. TJ, same question posed to Sam. Could you explain your choice of a 2?
Because it's the only one that allows me to ask a question.
Okay. So that's not true. That's not true.
It's the least offensive one that allows me to ask a question.
No, okay. Questions are available to each of you. We're not relying on Robert's Rules of Order here. So.
Gotcha. I was just, if I put a 5 up there, then I couldn't ask my question, was my assumption.
Okay, so far, you have a question.
Sorry. I don't know what a regional partner is. So really, I think where Sam's going with that makes a lot of sense to me too. That I don't know what that means. And in 5 years, will the people who replace me know what that means? Is a regional partner just DART and the T? Is a regional partner Uber? Is a regional partner Paying City? Is a regional partner? I don't know.
So I wrote the words. I'll tell you the thinking behind them and see if this answers the question. And you feel free, everyone feel free to push back on it, but took expansive view deliberately so as not to winnow the innovation options or isolate them to Trinity Metro or DART or potential mobility partners, Uber, Lyft, others that may emerge, the airports, et cetera.
My thought was, instead of just defining it as regional, maybe it's local, regional, even national, but maybe you just say all partners. Innovate with all partners, and it covers everything.
Alternatively, is regional partners necessary, or is DCTA will innovate? Does that capture it?
TJ says 5. What about innovate and develop partnerships?
Well, TJ, what is this we're playing? I like that it's broad because, in my opinion, regional partners doesn't just mean transit partners. And so I like that it's broad. I don't know that we need to bring in federal at this point, but I think regional partners is a good umbrella for any entity or group that would benefit DCTA. Kind of like my philosophy, and I'll probably get in trouble here, is we can do it with you, for you, or to you. You decide.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
Just my take, I've heard the term regional partners on this board or in this industry mean specific things. And yes, could it be broad and interpreted broadly? Absolutely, but it's not me that reads this, and it's not us here that reads this. It's somebody 5 years down the road who doesn't have that background. And if the industry uses or the organization uses the term regional partner in a narrow and constricted way, then in 5 years, what looks like broad language could be reinterpreted to be very narrow and constricted. So that's where I have an issue with the language. And I kind of like Sam's language again, where he kind of allowed it to be broader, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I worry about. It's the way we use language that gets sideways in these.
Yep.
I think if you took out with regional partners, it makes it more generic to where it can include regional partners, but there's also class 1 railroads, there's the federal, there's a lot of state. It's not just regional partners that provide an opportunity. There's the private sector that to me it narrows it down to. I agree. I think it narrows the focus to a historical perspective of regional partners. what comes to mind is the COG and the other transit authorities, and that's typically what people think, and it's not just them.
Okay, that was the point of my mention earlier. Just maybe it's all partners. You don't try to qualify it.
Okay.
What if you eliminate the word partners and just say DCTA will innovate through collaboration, because collaboration is going to be with various partners at all levels. Just thought I would throw that out there.
Yeah. TJ, are you on mute?
Sam, what was the language that you had there? It was to innovate.
Well, I think I said DCTA will innovate where possible with regional partners. And I'm kind of hearing this feedback. Maybe we say DCTA will innovate and where possible form partnerships
to deliver. Yeah. I could back that.
Because I think that when you take out the word regional and you just say you're going to form partnerships where possible, that can be with anybody.
Okay, I'm hearing innovation in and of itself being there's a lot of alignment on that. Regional being a too restrictive modifier to partnerships. And Christina offering something along the lines of DCTA will innovate and collaborate. And leaving regional and partners out of it potentially. Is that something?
I think I'd be fine with that.
DCTA will innovate and collaborate.
Yes, I agree with that. I can get on board with that. It's Chris.
Okay. All right, real quick then. Do we have any, let's go through again, please. List of 5. DCTA will innovate and collaborate. Chris, 5. Sam, 5. TJ? 5. TJ's ready to take an oath.
Diane, 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Connie, 5. Mark, 5. Carter, is that a 3? 5. Ron, 4.
Okay, not hearing or seeing anything in the 0 to 3 range. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
All right. Okay, next portion. To deliver safe, accessible, customer-focused mobility solutions.
Yeah, watch people vote. Yeah, that's fine. This one, I think. Continuing. Okay. Sorry, if anybody's voted, I have not seen your votes yet.
Oh.
Sam, 5. Diane, 5. TJ, 4. Ron, 4. Connie, 5. Cesar, move your hand back closer to your face. I can't see. 3. No, TJ. Mark, 4. Carter, 4. Okay, I think that's everybody. Oh, Mayor Watts, 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't. Wait, I thought we had 1. No, we didn't have 3. I thought it was 3.
Were there any non-5s or 4s that we didn't catch?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Then a quick question, not seeking to sell something that's sold already, but would one of the 4s just indicate what's holding you back from a 5?
Sure, I'll go.
Yep.
And it's probably very technical and unpersuasive, but I guess to me, safe is assumed. I mean, I understand why it's there, but when I first looked at it, I thought, well, I mean, that's one of our number one priorities. So, I mean, that's not necessarily. I mean, that's probably the only reason. I just thought, well, because everything else to deliver accessible, customer-focused mobility solutions. But I mean, that's so minor that it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
But that was the reason.
Okay.
I know there are also 3s. If I think Cesar, you were a 3. Any
Yes,
other
I'll-
3s?
Cesar, were you a 3?
Yes, I was a 3.
Sorry about that.
My understanding was a 3. Okay. 5 was you're a champion. 4 was you strongly support it. 3 was you support it.
Correct.
Okay. I support it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. It sounds like we've got rather strong consensus there. Okay, third portion, that enable new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes. So I think we fist a 5 on this, and I'd like to get feedback on the content itself. Is the sequence important? Does it impact prioritization, et cetera? So that enable new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes.
Is this where I get to complain about passive language?
Sure.
So I would say DCTA innovates and collaborates and go all the way through it and make it future tense, but that's just me. So enables new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcome.
Yes. Yes, that should have been either to enable or that enables. Thank you. Jay, fix my error there.
I'm glad somebody's up on their English and stuff like that.
I'd even go enabling. I'd kill that. We deliver things. But that's just my nit to pick.
Mark voted 4.
So
Ron
we're
is a
changing.
4.
Wait, okay,
Yeah, what are we changing it to?
yes.
We're gonna, there you go. Enabling new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes.
What changed?
Which, well, instead of that enable.
Yeah.
See, when you read this, it's all DCTA will innovate. No, we're not getting ready to. We innovate and collaborate, delivering safe, accessible, customer-focused mobility. So I would change tense up on all of this, but that's just me.
I think if the group is okay with the following motion, that we agree on the fact that tense can be improved. If we can get consensus on that motion, deal with the foundations of it. I agree with you, TJ.
Sam says 5. Mark gives a thumbs up.
Well, yeah, the only change I would make too is, I guess, having new in front of economic.
Right.
To me, why not just take it and just say economic, environmental, and quality? It makes it sound like we haven't done it before, or that we weren't doing those things before, or not trying to. So I don't want to make it seem like we're now thinking of it.
Enabling positive?
Sure.
let's do this, guys, if we could, rather than iterations in series. Let's see where we are, and then you all give us an indication of an improvement that you'd like to make with your score, and we can do that, and then we'll come back through another iteration. Okay. All right.
TJ 3.
Leaving it the way it is.
Mark 4. Diane 3. Sam 4. Carter 4. Chris 3. Cesar 4. Ron 4. Tom, do you have one?
4.
4. Okay. And Connie 4. I think that's everybody.
Okay. All right. So then Diane, please.
Oh,
were you a 3 or were you scratching?
She was a 3.
I was scratching my forehead, but I thought, well, what the hell? Maybe I'm supposed to be saying 3.
Oh.
Is this? I mean, so what did we change here?
Well, let's just, we've, at this point, all that we've changed is the treatment of the first portion of this. And originally it says that enables new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes to enabling new economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes. So I'd call that an appropriate wordsmith revision, but substantively the statement hasn't changed all that much.
Yeah, that's fine. I just do want to leave new economic because it's, I mean, we have some, but I think it gives us almost an accountability of bringing in new economic. So I'm good with that.
Okay. Intent behind the composition, Mark, was similar to what Diane just said, which is there is economic activity that's produced by the system today. Talking about a vision that seeks out opportunities to create more than the current capacity of the agency. That's just a clarification, not an attempt to persuade you from your on whether or not the word new should be included.
Yeah, it just was like, again, the way I read interpretation, new made it sound like we weren't doing it before. I kind of like, TJ's thought of positive, maybe just as it relates to all 3 of those to some degree.
Okay. Chris, you're a 3?
Yes, and I think it was more along with what Mark was talking about, the new economics. So I mean, these are so nuanced that I'm going to go with Cesar's. Hey, if I'm a 3, the definition says I support it, and because I mean, I don't think I'm that far off, and I could easily be a 4. So I may be getting too technical about it.
Okay, we have a majority of 4s, minority of 3s.
Chris, I would agree that new to positive or some other modifier would be better.
Rather,
it's not necessarily a good change, and that is kind of silly. I think that's what Chris was latching on to, maybe too, that don't want to be silly about the changes, but because something's new does not mean it's better, and we're striving for better.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have to agree. That was one of my concerns. That statement just doesn't give me a feeling of positive. It just is. And that's why, I mean, I would support it, but it doesn't give you that sense.
Yep. Okay. So I think we've got a proposal to change this to enabling positive economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes. Mark is
Right. 5. Diane gives it a 4. Ron 4. Cesar 5. Mayor 5. Carter 4. Yes, TJ 5. Connie 5. Sorry, Mark, what was yours? 5. Sam? 5.
All right.
Okay, do I have everybody? I think so. Joe's back on the call. Joe, do you have a verbal vote? 5 is absolutely agree.
All right, we have some champions now. Okay, I think we'll move to the fourth here for families and communities of Denton County. I think this is a nice function of the technique that we use is that we can go ahead and just give your gut reaction up on the screen, and then kind of where you land with your reaction can facilitate the conversation from there. So for families and communities of Denton County, Sam 4.
Cesar 3. Ron 5. Mark 3. Diane 3. Carter 3. TJ 2. Mayor 3. Joe, do you have a vote? I think he's back on. Connie, I'm sorry. 3.
Joe?
Joe's back on. Joe, do you have a vote for that last part?
Can you, I'm sorry, just remind me which part?
The very last one. For families and communities of Denton County.
4.
Joe. Okay. TJ, you're a 2. Help us understand where you are.
So I'm a college student. I'm a no kids, single business person. I don't count.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do you have a proposal?
For residents and communities of Denton County. And that puts me in a different box now, right? Because does that include people outside of Denton County? But I don't think families was an inclusive term for people outside of Denton County either.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Chris, you know, families and communities was kind of what was holding me back as well.
Sure.
Maybe you could just think something broader, like for transportation users of Denton County, or for users of the DCTA system, or something that's more inclusive.
Could it just be for Denton County?
Do we want to limit ourselves just to Denton County? I mean, is it for the region?
Already have by having it in there, haven't we?
Where's region?
No, I mean, we've already limited it to Denton County because that's all that's there.
Well, I know, but it doesn't mean we couldn't change it.
Right. No, yeah. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, I get where you're coming from now. Yeah.
Okay. Diane, do you have a different concern?
Well, yeah, I didn't like the families and the other part of it. So I said, for those in the Denton County community, or for those, just for those in the community, and be open.
Okay, so that's all right. Connie, did you help us understand your three?
Yeah, the families and communities part was bothering me. I don't know whether we say for individuals or travelers in Denton County, or but travelers is limiting as well. And maybe we just say for the region.
Okay.
I struggle with the right words.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest for the region, because because we took regional partners out in the first one, in the first bullet point. But to me, it's I mean, if you read it, enabling positive economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes for the region. Well, that's
in the region.
Yeah, or some, yes, in the region. I mean, I don't think you need to try to get it down specifically to some type of descriptor of who's going to be riding it, because that's because we're not just benefiting the riders.
Mm-hmm.
We're benefiting even the non-riders. We're benefiting the region that are bringing these things in, because those enabling economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes, that's just not limited to the people who are riding DCTA or who are choosing DCTA as a transportation option.
That's right. Okay, how about taking this feedback, I'll offer an adjustment for the Denton County region.
I like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen Diane throw up a fist, but I saw a shake of the head.
Carter's throwing up a 4.
Okay.
Cesar's 4. Sam's 4. Ron is 4. Mayor's 4. Connie's 4. Diana's 3.
Okay. TJ, you moved to a 4.
5. Mark, what were you?
We need data validation for TJ.
I haven't really said. I guess it'd still be a 4. I just think limit. It's not, to me. It's still a little limiting. Maybe it's just in the region is all you really need.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, we do have commuters that travel to Denton County for education, for jobs that are outside of Denton County.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor's point to me was very, it struck a chord, because it is benefiting the region. And again, I think it's important that we focus our attention on getting people from throughout the region to invest in Denton County and our stakeholder communities.
That sounds like to me a straightforward modification to enabling positive economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes in the region.
Five, 4. Wait, Carter's a 4. Ron 5. Sam 4. Cesar 4. TJ 3.
Hey, he supports it. Number 3, he supports it.
Cesar just generally lacks enthusiasm.
That's good. Well, look.
Not a championship.
We cut lunch short, so, Okay. Let's do it as a whole. DCTA will innovate and collaborate to deliver safe, accessible, customer-focused mobility solutions, enabling positive economic, environmental, and quality of life outcomes in the region.
Yeah. Did we want to change that first part as DCTA innovates and collaborates.
Ah,
Yeah, I thought we.
I like that. Yep.
And I'd just like to stress to the board that the words really matter to me and staff, because just the definition, and I think it's important that we get a consensus and clarity around, is it Denton County or is it region? Because it does make a big difference on where we spend a lot of our time. With collaborating with regional partners, and I think we've lamented as staff over should we be in some other portions of the region? Why would we do that? Well, hopefully it's to attract more people to our neighborhoods, to our schools, to investing in the neighborhoods in Denton County. So I think it might seem like a little bit of wordsmithing, but it matters a lot to staff so that we understand the direction of the board.
So I have maybe a question of clarification and possibly a comment. When you say we spend time, because the reason I'm going with the word region is because of the structure before that, enabling or creating positive economic and quality of life outcomes, which, like you said, that can sort of spill over. But it seems like though our focus currently with our transformation initiative and all that is primarily focused on, at least, and so if I'm not reading this right, somebody correct me, is focusing on how do we do that right now in Denton County within the 3 member cities with On the Train? How do we get this thing really running efficiently within this area, albeit, it may include adding people or not, but that seems to be the immediate focus. So maybe I need to understand exactly this sentence. Is this our mission statement, that we want to look back 5 years from now? And so I think, Raymond, so I do understand your question or your comment, but when you say spend time, I don't know if what you're talking about is staff's focus time on the specific charge of what we're trying to do today or what we're trying to envision as an aspiration in the future.
Yeah, it's the latter. It's to get to 5 years from now, to breathe life into that vision. How do we, starting 2021, my expectation is that we take these high level statements and then we build a roadmap that gets us to our reality 5 years from now. So like some of the discussion that happened today, not to get technical and jump ahead, because I don't know what's ahead in this session, but we've talked about booking one trip through one app and basically being able to get pretty much around the region. We've talked about economic development being a driver, and land use. And so how do you create those connections to the airport, to other infrastructure that will allow people to move efficiently up north to Denton and into Louisville and relocate here, because we have a great transit system and assets and opportunities for people to have a better quality of life. So I think, looking at that, it's like, how do we breathe life into that? And I think that's going to be the fun part of this exercise, is taking it from these high level vision statements and what is the roadmap? What are the plans? What are the milestones? What kind of initiatives are we going to engage in as a staff and as a board to breathe life into into these statements?
If I could just follow up, Raymond and Mayor Watts, on your discussion here, I think that's the remit that we would take
Yes.
for the rest of the time that we spend on the project, assessing the current state, the efficiency of it across the towers, right? With this as the expression of the vision for the future of the board, and lay out what that roadmap to achieve the vision would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can accept that. I just know that right now the core mission is to really concentrate on Denton County. So I'm not going to get hung up on this, because I know as we move in the day-to-day activities and in our direction, that's going to continue to form the direction that we need. So I mean, I'm okay with this, understanding just sort of my comments on it.
Mm.
I mean, I was a 4, so I'm more than okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do more than just support it.
I think we might have a jumping off point, team. We agree? Any other thoughts following up on that discussion, or more broadly? It appears like we have rather strong consensus around this as the vision for the future of the agency. Obviously, we're not taking formal actions or adopting this as the formal vision statement. You're not taking votes here on this, but I'm hearing pretty strong consensus for this in its current form.
Yeah, it's fine, Chris. I'm gonna just put on the record, I'm of Mayor Watts's frame of mind, which is why I like Denton region. I feel like Denton County's the cake and the region's the frosting, and we got to get a good cake.
You're making me hungry, TJ.
What I'm here for, derailing everything.
Okay. Quick check. Do we feel like we're accelerating here into the next portion, or should we remain and reflect a bit longer on this statement?
Next section.
Did you say abstention?
No, she said next session.
Next session. All right.
I don't abstain ever.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to be surprised. Okay. Well, I say well done. I say well done. Let's move on to the next session then. We're going to move into an assessment of the current obstacles. So in this portion, what we'll do is walk through. We have 4 slides for each of the work areas or towers. That is a synthesis of the high-level observations and themes that we captured from our interviews with you. We will see if those kind of capture where we are today, or if we need to add any to those, and then we'll go into a bit of a prioritization exercise of the obstacles to overcome, which will inform our last breakout session. Okay, so we're going to be speaking in turn here. As we
Actually, Chris, we have the rosebud thorn.
Excuse me. Sorry, James. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, no, you're excited. We all are. Before we do that, we're going to reframe, because we've been talking high level and generalist. We're going to reframe and think about DCTA today. And you guys shared a ton in the interviews to us, but we want to hear feedback. Again, it might be the same or it might be different on what you think DCTA is doing well, what it's struggling with, and what are opportunities that it has right now that it can really harness to improve. We want to hear these uniquely right now, just so we can kind of pivot more into the current day discussion and put our heads back on. Now we have that visioning statement. Then we get to go into the readout section.
Thanks for getting my back, James.
Yeah, of course. So once again, it's the menti.com, code 394514.3. In particular, we want board, including alternates, and executive staff feedback here. And if you wouldn't mind also including your initials, like always.
Can you pop up that code again? I don't remember.
Sure, it's at the bottom here. See that 394514.3?
Oh, hold on. I gotta No, it seems to be zoomed in too much.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, once again, it's 3945143.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the? It's what is that?
www.menti.com.
Okay. And 3945143.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
The
Okay.
code and the address are in the chat.
Okay.
Please remember to sign your answer.
This is more intended to be a rapid.
True.
And you.
I have a question. With these being separate lines, are we supposed to put our initials on each line?
You know, forget the initial thing. I forgot this would be a word cloud. Just put in your answers. Each one you can do a maximum of 3.
Okay.
Don't worry about the initials.
Good. 9, James. $12, James.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing safety as a huge one, which is awesome. And I'm seeing a lot of cultural, like collaboration and care for customer and the great work environment, as well as leadership being hit on. And then also things dealing with the service itself, like clean vehicles, and the bus service specifically, and train service being dependable. But I do love the 3 of innovation, safety, and collaboration coming out.
All right.
All right, I think we're good to move on to the next one, unless anyone objects. Of what does DCTA struggle with? Just rapid fire, no need to dwell too much on it in your head.
Let's give this 1 minute, guys. We're at 11, James.
Yeah, and I'm already seeing a big trend of ridership, also vision, as well as it being unclear, and discussion of how we get to the question of how, and technology and data being brought out particularly by responses.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy, and this is just me being a pain in the butt again, my apologies.
No problem.
How many make up how many votes or how many times was ridership input?
I can offline look at that. I'm not able to see that right here.
I'm concerned that as a tool, this is a relatively limited sample size to actually get a word cloud that's statistically or really a data-driven decision tool.
Yeah. Definitely. It's no sort of formal objective measuring it more than it is just seeing that multiple individuals are putting in ridership. And we see multiple calls out for low ridership versus ridership. But you're very right on the sampling.
Yep, technology, consistent theme here. Software. Okay. All right.
The final one, just with rapid fire, of what's a bud? What is an opportunity that DCTA can harness and improve, and can use to improve?
Transit-oriented development. Passion.
Okay, we've got 12. We're seeing relationships and technology. So we see a lot of also even collaboration internally as well as externally with partnerships and communicating regionally, and regional focus and regionalism. And then we have technology being built in a number of ways with innovation and automation. Okay, great. I think that's sufficient to punt it back to the next activity. That was meant to purely get our heads thinking back to the here and now as we pivot into some of the observations that we found in our discussions with you over the past couple weeks ago, and see some major themes that were propping up between those. We're going to go tower by tower, and as a reminder from the beginning of this, the towers that we're specifically focusing on for this innovation project are in particularly one being the service, one being technology, one being finance and budget, and then one being organization and governance. And we will each, the tower leads in particular, be speaking to various points of that. think Chris is up first.
Yes. Okay. So firstly, I think the key themes here were there heard a shared desire both from members of the board and the executive staff to align on a vision and kind of refresh the organization's key priorities to guide the agency into and through the future, particularly for enterprise-wide planning. I heard that communication between the board and the staff has become strong, certainly considering from the starting point 18 to 24 months ago. Similarly, the board and the staff have a number of prominent initiatives that are in flight, whether that be the ongoing conversation regarding the expansion in Corinth, the efforts to get the mobility as a service contracts off the ground, TRIP, ELAP, and evaluation of the bus contracts. Regarding strengths, I heard a lot of feedback from the board and staff again regarding the nimbleness and the size of the agency being a potential advantage for it, and that it is adaptable, certainly relative to the larger agencies to the south. The culture that Raymond and his leadership team, specifically the servant leadership culture that they've instituted, and the commitment of the staff being a strength of the agency, and otherwise that the executive leadership of the staff has generated a high level of general trust. Struggles that we heard again from both board and staff is that the collection and communication of data and information to support decision-making at the board was a challenge, and that being a direct output of the tools that are available to the agency. There are a lot of the lack of integration between systems and reliance on historical reporting makes it just challenging to produce the complete and accurate information, and requires in some cases, a considerable amount of staff time to cull through the different resources available to it to produce the information that the board needs. We heard from board and staff again, whether or not they have the optimal staffing pattern to realize whatever the future vision for the agency might be and what changes might be required there. On opportunities, I think this coming out that, again, that desire, particularly from staff, to understand what the vision of the board is so that they can shape their activities and what recommendations they bring back. So an agreement on that vision and the future goals. A lot of what we're doing this morning and the rest of the afternoon being a key opportunity from this tower perspective, and automation of the manual processes and integration of the operational and financial systems in particular is an opportunity to increase staff productivity and effectiveness. And then kind of zeroing in on the identification, of the key metrics that the board would like to see that will support its decision-making and that can be or become efficient for staff to produce. So any thoughts or reflections there? Okay, I think this resonates with what you all just put up on the screen and the Menti exercises again as well. Okay, I think we could go over to service.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. So yeah, in our conversations with staff, just to echo again what Chris said about servant leadership, we talk with folks who have an incredible amount of knowledge about their operations, are very much committed to delivering excellent service. And so, where we saw room for improvement or directions moving forward, those were always oriented around to continuing to provide that excellent service to customers. And so, some of our key takeaways, again, this desire to align on an agency vision, whether that's central to the member cities, the county, the region, and trying to identify, what the purpose of the agency is and how they would meet each of those needs appropriately. Certainly, to continue to ensure that critical services are provided to folks that rely on DCTA, and this, even being as low level as identifying what apartment complexes, are going to have the largest student population this year to serve the university students, understanding how to provide service to, to Louisville, to the nearby communities that aren't necessarily directly linked in the same way that some of the downtowns to downtowns are linked. And of course, regional integration with other agencies, again, understanding DCTA's abilities to coordinate service with DART, Trinity Metro, and other demand responsive providers around the region, to be able to leverage its assets, especially the A-Train, into really providing that kind of marquee regional transit service. In terms of strengths, the service planning is very responsive. This is an agency that really does understand at a low level what the community needs are. And if anything, the fact that, right now it's generally from a service planning perspective, department perspective, a pretty small department. You've got really an incredible vertical integration in the way that those decisions are made and implemented. Of course, Denton County is experiencing the same growth as much of suburban Texas is. So there's an incredible population, and that means a few things. One, it means, you're not quite as hampered with providing legacy service in the ways that some more built out cities might already be. You certainly got a lot of advantages in terms of just funding projections through sales tax and other measures. And you've got, folks who are kind of moving in and excited to be invested in the community, and to see it grow. Operator and customer interaction was highlighted as generally a pretty good and healthy state. We didn't see a lot where, generally a lot of criticisms of agencies might come into that very, very public facing manner where, customers are kind of having uncertain or negative interactions with bus operators, and that's not really something we saw at all. So that's certainly a strength as well. In terms of struggles, we see here outdated technology, and not to tread too much on the toes of the upcoming technology slide, but this takes a lot of forms. We say outdated, we don't necessarily even mean obsolete so much as just not currently appropriate to the mission of the agency. And so some of this is ticketing and fares, which certainly could use a little bit more of an update. Some of it is the way that the schedules are developed, that data are collected. Some of it is just the rolling stock and whether that matches the current service mission of the agency or the one that it's anticipated to serve in the next 2 to 5 years. Integration with regional scheduling and accessibility. This is, we'll talk about this in more in detail as well with the applications, but just understanding what the scheduling tools are and whether the technology stack for DCTA is appropriate to build in the kind of unified customer experience that folks look for in a regional transit agency. And again, starting to develop ways to integrate that customer experience feedback back into the planning process. One of the characteristics of DCTA is the large student ridership. You have a little bit more of a turnover in ridership. And so that requires a little bit more of a responsive approach to customer feedback than you might see in an agency that's serving a lot of really long-term, low turnover customers. So these opportunities, the struggles are all opportunities, right? Improving technology for customer interaction and service planning. Of course, a recurring theme through this is identifying which fixed route bus routes and which time slots and time periods might be better served by different technologies and the implications that has on the rolling stock on the technology stack. And And of course, as Denton County continues to grow, understanding those travel patterns away really from just connecting, downtown Denton, Louisville, and Highland Village to the downtowns of the respective nearby urban centers, but looking a little bit more at east-west travel patterns into Collin County, talking about north-south connectivity into Arlington and different parts of Tarrant County and Dallas County, as well as the Denton County itself continues to grow north of Denton, seeing what that looks like over the next planning horizon.
All right, guys. Chris again doing a Ryan Callison impression. Who's well, I'm not going to try to do an impression, but I'll handle Ryan's portion here. So, just riffing directly off of what Scott just said, choices and decisions regarding the service delivery strategy will clearly impact the technology priorities for the agency. And just going back to the organization and governance slide for a moment, I think a point that I didn't make clear enough is what we heard again is that a lot of decisions regarding investments or directions in across the towers, in particular with technology, is dependent on a vision setting and then the outcome of this transformation initiative and recommendations that would come from our work together. Heard again the lack of automation and technology impacts the workload on the staff and otherwise places a heavy manual process burden in several areas. Lack of the integration of systems into a common platform, again, being a key takeaway that's consistent throughout our towers, and the opportunity to improve those passenger-facing solutions that Scott just hit on. Regarding strengths, your IT team does have a rather strong infrastructure experience as a foundation, and generally speaking, nimble and open-minded to new technologies, and the turnkey nature of the rail contract does fit with the size of the IT organization. The struggles, I think, don't need to hit on the automation, lack of automation and integration. Again, I think that's rather clear. Passenger-facing technologies limit the feedback available to the industry, and the lack of a resource that can be dedicated as a dedicated PMO or project manager to IT projects can hinder what the staff team is able to accomplish. Opportunities. Automation and integration of the system, both IT and data systems, investing in the new passenger-facing technologies and to enable the passenger feedback, and exploring, I think this is something you guys were already discussing this morning, exploring opportunities to integrate with other partners, whether that be mobility partners or DART or Trinity Metro. And then the current focus that you have underway for the cybersecurity area.
And then I'll take last, but certainly not least, which is the finance and budget side. With the key takeaways, it kind of comes down to three root questions. The first being, and this is something Perry and I are going to tee off a lot through our project, is what outcomes DCTA needs to have documented and captured data-wise as well as qualitatively to demonstrate the quote-unquote value that DCTA is offering to its member cities and to the region. What is the common lexica that we can form around a data set and around a objective measure that demonstrates this, instead of, bits and pieces here and there and not necessarily a centralized view? How do we get as condensed a view of the value as possible? Second being, how do we at DCTA optimize resources to achieve the highest value for these communities, and also recognize that there are constraints for resources, both time, money, as well as just even infrastructure constraints being built to date? And then the third being, are there ways to leverage the current pause, the current pause that a lot of individual places and staff currently have, and added, as well as with coronavirus, and added federal resources to rethink and power the future forward and really transform the agency as we pivot to, as what we like to call an Accenture, pivot to the new, of really embrace the future and harness all that could be achieved. Some of the strengths that we see following a lot of these three questions are the strong capabilities and the ability to capture federal as well as some state grant funding to make it more financially stable for DCTA presently as well as into the future. Second being great and really phenomenal cross-department integration and staff commitment. And that goes to both the personality types of the commitment as well as the lockstep nature of a lot of the individuals on staff being able to, whether they're in operations or finance, march together towards objective ends. And then finally, hand in hand with the grant funding is a level of financial stability, even in spite of reserves that are being limited due to volatility given COVID crisis, as well as the current state of the industry. Struggles that we do foresee and have been hearing about from board, from staff, and really across all the parties we were discussing are first being the service curtailments and the almost lower value that service is being given out to stakeholders, especially as the population of the area is for lack of a better phrase, booming, and the need therefore to realign the service to match as that population not only has grown, but then continues to grow. Second being the manual procurement and accounts payable process. This goes to the technology that Chris was just talking about of making more of an automated back office system for the limiting of the manual operations that go into putting out everything from the board's documentation all the way down to plans for the future on the financial and operations side. And finally, the integration of financial and operations data and systems. So not only is there a manual labor element, but there is also just a integration of those systems, and having a lack of an enterprise-wide solution for how those systems can be integrated is also a path forward that we see current struggles with, which leads to the opportunities, one being lower administrative costs and boost insights about automating and integrating operations and financial data systems. One being the alignment of financial policies to the value strategy and really defining that better and understanding and gaining clarity on the use of debt issuance, forecast methodology, fair reviews, and other sorts of investment and financial data points. And then finally, being improved fare collection systems and an improved front-end technology system for receiving financial metrics, as well as keeping track of daily as well as monthly ridership levels and financial intake. And now that was just a ton of stuff across the 4 different towers. I'm sure Scott, Chris, and I are more than happy to just any questions or thoughts that any of that has brought up.
No hands.
No hands?
None.
Okay.
Just drowned you.
Yeah, we drowned you in information and thus beaten you into silence. Yeah, in that case, the reason we share all this is because our next exercises, and really where we're moving for the rest of the day, is to, in particular, focus on this third area of struggles or obstacles that DCTA has been facing, and then moving into solution ideas with the guiding principles and our vision statement still in mind of how we can overcome those obstacles moving forward. So with that in mind, there's going to be another Mentee activity, so please pull out your phones. This is going to be a little bit more, this could be a little bit different than what you've seen. It's a sort of a fist of 5 type process where, once again, the code is now on the screen as well as the website. But what's going to happen is you will see across all 4 towers the obstacles and struggles that we cited from what we've been observing to date listed in front of you. We'd love you to rank how, for lack of reference, how big of an issue you think those obstacles are, ranging from 1 to 5. 1 being it's not an issue currently. I don't think it's going to be a problem right now. 2 being it could be improved. It's not really an issue, but it could be improved to some degree. 3 being it's an issue, but it's not a pressing one compared to others. 4 being it's an important issue we face and recognize that it needs to be fixed. And 5 being that it's an issue that needs addressing immediately before other things can be done. Any questions on this process? And hopefully this is just, once again, board and executive staff responses.
It is totally fair if we need to stand up and shake it out as you look at these for a moment. We've just been speaking at you there for a period of time, so.
We also have a break built in coming as soon as this activity is done for 10 to 20 minutes. So bear that in mind as we drive through this activity. How are we doing for responses on the first one, Chris?
So we got 5 in so far. 6, excuse me. Complete.
I believe we're waiting to get up to 16, hopefully, and then I can switch it to the next one, which will be the same question, same ranking, same system, just more of the obstacles that we went through.
I think you're only going to get to 15 now.
Okay.
There we go.
Perfect. So let's move to the next one, and then we can come back and briefly touch on them. And to not influence results, I'll change it away.
First response in. Somebody gets a gold star.
Yeah, that's how you know it's working.
$12. Thank you for the responses here. This is going to be leveraged as we go into our last interactive component here.
Okay, that's 15.
All right.
Is there a way that we can, we have no idea?
Say again, TJ. If you have no idea how to rank?
I mean, this second set, there were a couple of questions where I've heard rumor, but there's never been a direct conversation that's an issue.
Example?
I just lost the slide. Oh, here they are. Never mind. I mean, the last one, manual procurements and accounts payable processes add cost and time. I've never had anything formally presented to me saying that I recall. And if it was, it has never been expressed how much cost and time that does add.
I think that is you could probably throw in the broader category of the technology constraints that limit the staff. We could use the utilization of the tick sheets to capture ridership information as well. Yep. So in particular, this as a struggle when the staff is pulling information together for the board as well. So.
Yeah, and like for that one, for the first question, and address accessing, analyzing financial I only know that through outcomes. I haven't had somebody like really formally say, hey, look, this is the issue that we're facing. Here's what's busted. So that, so I feel kind of like several of these questions I'm answering, but I don't have any, it's only from anecdotal. Converting from pilots to production. I couldn't tell you what pilots we've done. No idea.
Well, I think candidly, TJ, I'd say that's a big reason of what we're here for, is to call these things out and articulate the impact and alternative path, right?
Gotcha. And I just want you to have clarity on things that come up and make me question. So that's not meant to derail, just to give context.
No, fair enough.
I think that's very fair. When I've communicated to the board that we're very manual, we lack automation, we certainly haven't gotten into all the the pain felt in detail. So these were probably more, they were probably brought up more by staff than obviously the board as internal issues in trying to fulfill
Correct.
board requirements. And I think this is where over the years where there's been some, I think challenges and frustration and how long it actually took to get data out of DCTA. And the reason for it is all these manual machinations that we have to go through to get the data to you.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I think we will need a break because we're going to take this feedback here and incorporate it into the foundation for our next exercise. I think we could all use a chance to stand up and move around a little bit and get the juices flowing and get ready. When we come back, we'll go back into our breakout groups and spend some more time really focusing now that we've got these kind of obstacles. We've got a foundation of a future state vision established for yourselves. Really move into brainstorming ways to start solving for some of these obstacles, getting over them and conquering them. Okay, so say let's come back at 2:25. Sound okay? Yep. Okay, 2:25. Brandy, I'm gonna drop from the meeting and see if I can't resolve this camera issue.
Okay.
I called him yesterday. I thought you brought it in today. Oh, I thought you'd brought me this Patriot plastic one too.
Hey, Sam. Oh, there.
Have 1 minute. Still.
Yeah.
24. Okay. Do we have most of them on?
Not quite.
Okay.
Chris, were you able to get your video working again? Newport?
I was not, and not really. I think if I did a reboot, it might come back, but hesitant to do that at the moment.
Yeah, I
I
understand.
think that's a benefit to the audience, though. Me not being on camera.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I took my headphones off. I just want to make sure my laptop speaker was working.
Got you loud and clear.
Perfectly.
Is pretty much everybody back?
Looks like it. Yeah, I would say we're safe. We didn't have a whole lot drop off.
Okay, it's 2:26.
All right. Okay, James, you fully ready to give the team the prompts here and the room assignments?
Are they going to
First, we need
change?
to introduce the activity, but yeah.
Yeah.
Are the room assignments changing?
Nope, same groups.
Perfect.
No curveball, Brandy.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, real quick, how did you all find the breakout sessions at the during the morning?
They were good.
I like
So I see you,
TJ
TJ,
gives it
but
a
you're on
5.
mute.
Yes, he
That's
gives it a 5.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you staying on theme. Group 1, I think had a good time. Though I don't get a fist to use, I'd put it at a 5 if I did. But I think we had good feedback coming out of that. So we'll spend the rest of our time in a similar type of format. And this session, we're going to be working through potential solutions. So really, this is more, again, opening our minds, not taking a view that's constrained by the current circumstances of the organization. So again, we're going to be brainstorming and solutioning in a world where we don't have what might exist in terms of government or financial or decision-making constraints confronting us, right? We'll just be focusing on the assigned solution coming out of the last session. And this morning, we've assigned a solution area or an obstacle to solution around for each of the breakout groups. And we'll follow the same process where Brandy will invite us to our respective rooms. And then we'll go through a process here to cover off on.
Okay, you just tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, so here we go. As a group, before we move into the rooms, what we're trying to do is capture potential solutions for obstacles that DCTA faces as assigned to each group. Okay, so we're going to need the pen and paper that you all gathered before. What we're going to do is, with the assigned obstacle for each of your group, we're going to begin with individual brainstorming for potential solutions for that assigned obstacle. And that'll be about 5 minutes. Then we're going to come together. Each member of the group will discuss the solutions that they've come up with. And then we'll have a discussion as a group around there of key themes of ideas for solutions. And then come back together. We'll use the same approach that we used before. We'll nominate a scribe and a spokesperson for each group when we come back together as the broader team and do a readout of each group's work and reflection and discussion. So before we jump in, and again, we're going to have someone from our team with each member of the group to provide any coaching or clarification as needed. But if you could all pick up a piece of paper, then fold it lengthwise in half, and fold it again like a hamburger, so long end to long end. We're going to make 8 boxes, guys, on this piece of paper. That's what we're trying to do. Fold it long ways first, then short ways. So when you unfold it, you've got 8 boxes. When you go to your group and are presented with your obstacle to overcome, The idea is we'll do kind of a rapid fire session where we brainstorm a potential solution, and you can use the space inside of each of those boxes to fill that out. All right.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my 8 boxes and my 8 things, but that's okay. I never was good at those kind of games where you had to.
So
yeah, it's all good. I got 8. They're just not squares. They're more like rectangles.
This is an opportunity for me to share something that I learned in the Navy, which was the 2% rule. All right, we all need to be 2% smarter than the equipment that we're trying to operate. So
Well, that's pretty bad when I'm not smarter than a piece of paper.
I think we can figure it out. We'll be all right.
I'm right there with you. So
Yeah. Okay.
Chris, maybe you should sit it out.
My piece of
Chris,
paper.
I think if you started with a rectangular piece of paper, you're going to end up with 8 rectangles.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I've got a legal piece of paper, so that's my problem.
All right. James, did I leave anything out there?
Yeah, I mean, at the top of your breakout groups, your lead from Accenture Cambridge should go through the process again, so there shouldn't be any confusion. But, no, I think you got it, Chris. You explained how to fold a paper admirably.
It was the point of the day that I was most concerned with, everyone.
Group 3 will be folding paper cranes, just so you know.
Okay. We got the groups and our solution areas there.
Yeah, and I can cover off on the obstacles that each group is assigned. So each group is going to be assigned one of the obstacles, as Chris said, and your job is to individually and then as a group solution around how to overcome that obstacle to achieve the vision by 2025 in the near future. So group 1 will be talking about the discussion and the obstacle of collection and communication of data and information to support decisions. And that could be internal, that could be between board and staff, and that can also be external, collection and communication of data and information to be public facing. Group 2 will be discussing the difficulty accessing and analyzing financial and operational data, and then tied to that, the lack of automation and integration in back office systems with regards to financial and operational data. Group 3 will be discussing the outdated service technology with regards to public-facing technology, being ticketing and fares, scheduling, connectivity with DART and Trinity Metro, and access in the region. And then Group 4 finally will be discussing customer growth and breaking into new markets and economies, and paying some bit of mind to the current unprecedented times we are in right now, and having a realistic view with regards to that. Any questions on any of those or clarification from anybody on our team?
Final point, I just urge, let's use that statement that we developed earlier as our North Star when you're thinking through potential solutions. So good to get an inventory, get it out of your head, but we're looking for solutions that overcome that obstacle that could optimally in light of the statement that we've established. Okay. And again, comprehensive aspects of the challenge to overcome. So it's not as simple as buying a commercial off-the-shelf piece of technology. You have to think about how that's going to integrate with other potential partners, the people side of that equation, et cetera, et cetera. I think you get this, and I think we can move into the room.
Perfect. In that case, we can go to the breakout rooms.
Yeah. Let's go.
Alrighty, here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I'm kind of excited that this morning we learned that I can actually share screens with you, because I have a tool which I think is really going to help us here, aside from those 8 pieces of paper. But the first thing we have is, did everybody successfully fold their paper into pieces into 8?
Yes. Yes.
All right, good. So here's what we're going to do. What we're going to do is Christina like is losing
Yeah,
it,
she's
right?
losing it over there. I don't
She's
know what's
losing
going on.
it.
Yeah, getting 8 squares was not, I made it work. They're not even, they're not equal, but there are 8 squares
Good.
on my paper.
Excellent. That's all we needed. Nobody said they had to be equal, right? Okay. So what we're going to do is this. Really think about brainstorming. So I'm going to actually show my screen because I'm going to show you if I can. Hang on. Here we go. Share screen. Here we go. All right. Can you see my screen? Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see what I've got here is a little tool we call Mural. It's a virtual whiteboard, right? So in yellow here is what we are going to discuss. Okay. And first of all, can everybody see that? I'll make it a little bigger. Okay. So our issue here, and we've heard this through a number of our interviews, is difficulty accessing and analyzing finance and information and operational data. So there's 2 realms we're thinking about here. The operational data around how we're running the service, who's using it, where are they from, are they residents of the cities, right, that are putting money into the authority? And secondly, financial data. What do our financial statements look like? How does our operation, how does our management finance information align to our operational data? Because you guys produce CAFRs and produce your financial statements like pros. You've gotten awards from GFOA and everybody else. I think the issue is data used for management, for making choices about resource allocation, and data about operations, and then lack of automation and integration in the back office systems. So I think when we answer number 1, we're actually going to be addressing many of the issues we've heard about, which is to get operational and financial data together requires a lot of manual operations. So here's your job. Your job is to free yourself of everything, lean back in your chair, think about DCTA 2025 and what we said about how you were going to get there with that vision statement, right? And look at what we've got now. And you have 8 squares on your piece of paper. I'm going to give you 5 to 10 minutes to fill out 1 idea per square. And this is brainstorming. So 4 words are fine. 7 words are fine. And what I'll do when we come back, what will happen when we come back is we'll take the 3 or 4 top ones. But before we get there, you must do 8. So actually I'm gonna have you all show the piece of paper in your screen. And there's a reason for that, because by the time you get to idea number 5, you're starting to really think outside the box. You know, ideas 1 to 4 are going to be the same old chestnuts you've had for the past 15 years, right? Okay, with that, I'll be quiet. Let's give you 5 minutes.
Hey,
Yes,
Perry,
Mark?
just a quick question, and this is more towards Christina if possible. This relates back to TJ's kind of question out to the group. You know, this is one of those where maybe we don't know as much or have heard as much about the behind the scenes, why this is an issue or what issues are there. And I don't know if Chris and Diane are the same, but it would be nice to hear maybe just a 2-minute quick spiel from Christina on kind of some of the things they encounter.
Okay, yeah, I think, Raymond has talked before about that. The reason why it takes sometimes a long time for us to generate a report that may be requested by a board member, which should be simple to pull, is because we have multiple software solutions within our organization that don't talk to each other. So in order for us to generate some of the reports and the data that's asked for, we must pull a report from this software manually and put it into an Excel spreadsheet or something to generate the results that you're looking for. I think one thing that I don't know if the board is aware of, but I know we've mentioned it at least once, but our bus operators, they keep track of how many passengers board the bus, right? And same with train. Our bus operators do tick marks on a clipboard. And then that information goes to a person. They add up the tick marks. They enter it to an Excel spreadsheet. I mean, it's like an 8-hour-a-day thing. Maintenance software where they input all the information about each vehicle and what maintenance has been done, what parts have been ordered. None of that speaks to our financial software where maybe it's been ordered and that's been received and put on a vehicle and needs to be processed to pay. So it's just, there are a lot of functions that just, we've said it before, we just lack automation.
Yep. So what I had also heard, Christina, in my, and Diane, please chime in, but what I'd also heard is it's actually combining finance data, which is automated, with lots of manual input sheets and that kind of thing. So that's another issue. It isn't just separate software systems, it's the amount of paper. Even the amount of paper to produce a check, right? To pay an accounts payable invoice. So we have a system that doesn't allow us to even tee up our accounts payable, have vendors send us electronically an invoice and then pay that invoice electronically, which Chris and Mark or Diana, if you do electronic checks to pay your bills at the end of the month, think back a couple of years to when you used to spend, 2 nights a month doing your bill payment and issuing those paper checks. That's what's happening in accounts payable, right? So, and one of the things I just learned is that that's a reason why accounts payable folks didn't want to stay home. They couldn't stay home virtually during COVID because they actually had to be in the office to move the paper, right? So that's one of the issues. But I think more importantly, in terms of developing insights about how the authority is meeting its goals, right? It's more than just those simple transactions. It's what are we learning from the tick marks those bus operators are making, right? And comparing them to those tick marks a year ago, right? And comparing them to where we want to go in the future, right? And doing so easily. Okay. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you both.
Yeah. Diana, do you want to add anything?
No, good.
Okay, great. Okay, so now let's go to our brainstorming. 5 minutes. I want one idea in every one of those 8 squares, okay? Okay, how are we doing? We have about a minute left. Are people pretty wrapping up, or how are we doing? Should I give you 2 minutes or 1 minute? 2? Okay, Mark. Gotcha. Okay, we ready to go?
2 minutes.
All right, who are we going to start with?
Not
First of all,
Diana.
do we have all 8 squares? Everybody show your pieces of paper. How
I
we
got
doing?
6.
You only got 6? Come on, Mark, you're more inventive than that.
I'm still working.
All right, Christina, that looks good. Chris, let me see yours. Come on. There, beautiful. Diana, let me see yours. Excellent. She's got 2 sheets of paper.
Diane's
Look at
too
that.
far away.
All right. Okay, so let's get started. Who wants to go first? Maybe look over your ideas, and then why don't you give me the 3 to 4, looking at it, you think the 3 that you think are the top 3. Great ideas. And Diana, I'm going to ask you to go first.
Software that is compatible with across the board.
So that is compatible across the board. So it is, we could use it for both operations and finance, right?
Yes.
Used for both ops and finance. Okay, next.
And invest in software that can be easily updated
Ah, okay.
so that we don't have to buy
And
another
it's all on the same one.
Yeah.
It's all about software. Okay.
And then software that produces product delivery that helps the board see clearly what it needs for decision making.
Ah, software that supports comprehensive reporting. Is that what you mean? Management reporting? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have another one?
Oh,
Maybe I'll give you 4.
Let's see.
See, Mark, you're getting all this extra time.
Doesn't mean I come up with any new ideas.
So I just said consideration of discussion with other agencies and their software use so that maybe we can all work together.
Discuss, adopt other transit agency leading practices, right?
Yep.
Love it. Okay. Chris, are you ready?
Yes. What are you wanting? 3 or 4?
Yeah, 3 or 4 of your top ones that you like wrote out and you went, ooh, that is a really good idea.
I don't know if I'd say that on any of them, but we'll
Oh,
give it a shot.
come on.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
These are probably more detailed than that. I think I've got an integrated inventory parts management system where you know, a part gets scanned in and then it's tracked all the way through to installation together
So
with
integrated and paperless, correct?
Yes.
Paperless, end to end, right?
Right.
Yeah. Now you're dreaming. I love that idea. Okay.
Electronic, and we're talking about this, but receipt fare payment. But my thought is that the data embedded in either a phone app, in other words, you could purchase the tickets by phone. They'd be like your boarding passes on your phone, that somehow they could read them off the phone. But capture a lot of that data, where they were bought, where they get off, where they get on, just really sort of a customer profile of that.
So it captures geolocation data.
Yes.
Love it. Yeah, this is good.
And then the last one is a service job tracking system. In other words, someone starts to do work, they've checked that part out, and they're starting to do work, that they scan in when they start, they scan in when they finish, and just really, it's almost like when you're in the hospital, you get a wristband, and every time they come in and do something, they scan you, so that there's a record of every event that takes place. So somehow to track every event that occurs during a service job.
Hey, this is like a project. This is a project or job tracking system. Very common.
Yeah.
And can be part of this integrated system. Okay, Christina, what else you got?
Some of them are fairly
So give me some different ones.
I'm sorry?
Give me some ones that aren't up here.
One would be to completely outsource bus operations through a turnkey operations and maintenance contract.
Didn't I ask for that last board meeting?
Turnkey through a turnkey, a turnkey contract? Is this full? Okay. So bus operations means drivers and everything. I just want to make sure I understand.
Right, and including the software, because whoever would operate it would have the software systems that we would need in place. That way we don't have to purchase them.
Right, and would they give you all the information? They'd give you all the information though. Gotcha. Right. Okay, next.
A complete enterprise software solution to address all shortfalls. That's fairly similar to what Diane.
Similar to the top row. Sorry, Christina.
Here is one that I would not recommend, but it is a solution. And that would be to hire more staff to process all the manual data and to accept imperfect data and reports. Again, not an option I like, but it is an option.
Hey, I like this.
But I think those need to go together.
You want them together?
Yeah, because for staff to do the manual process, that's why you're going to have imperfect data.
Oh, let me assure you, an automated system doesn't mean perfect data all the time either, right?
This is
and
true.
Accept so I'm not going to say imperfections. I'm going to say accept less precision in data. Okay.
And then
in case this is in the public record.
And then another one that, again, because everybody already took all the good answers.
Yeah.
This is not one that I would recommend, but to leave the operation as is and make decisions without data. Again, not something I would recommend, but it's an option.
I love it.
Do something or not do something.
I used to have a boss that would call these data-free generalizations, right? That's how we're going to make, Christina, many legislators have spent many years in legislatures, right? Going by anecdote, right? Decisions by anecdote, not with data, right?
Yeah.
It's a time-honored tradition. I love it. Okay, Mark, what do you got for us?
Well, no new ideas now. You guys are taking them all.
Oh,
They did. They took
come on. What you got?
Well, the only one I added a little tiny detail on the enterprise software. I said a solution, similar to Salesforce or something like that, where it can be a whole integrated system.
Okay, so an integrated CRM system, right?
Right.
So DCTA can track, right?
Yes.
Customers, usage,
And then
demand.
extending that as maybe even internally, or the IT, or even if they have to outsource it, but getting somebody to create an interface that they may need as they take some of this data, in theory, manual data or whatever data is out there they're trying to input, and actually make it a little easier, like put a form together or something that they create that interacts with this base enterprise software, so that they can be collected and then and then they can use it later.
So when you mean, do you mean by that management within DCTA, or do you mean the general public?
No, everybody, it's within DCTA. It's actually this, but with the staff of the employees. And then I had one similar to Mayor Watts, so I won't say that one again, but it was a good one in terms of the apps and other things being upgraded so you can actually get it electronically, the data back.
Okay.
And then really one that I had that nobody did mention, I thought was just a different approach to it. And maybe you guys have done this, I don't know. But maybe having every department, create a task force internally to discuss and provide feedback for all the solutions they need with your IT or even an outsourced third party to figure out what's the best way to integrate all those systems or try to make them interact or talk to each other. Because maybe right now, I don't know this, I don't know what everything behind the scenes, but you may have 10 different softwares or 10 different things that 10 different departments are all working with, and nobody's really talked to each other about how we can actually work and utilize them together.
Yeah, exactly.
And
what I would say is that these days, I want to combine easily updated, the concept of easily updated, with what you have there to assess how to assess the software needed. The way in which software is easily updated these days when it's on the cloud is exactly like your iPhone, right? They send you an update and you accept it and boom, it's there. It's not like your current system where you've been waiting for an update for 18 months and then you discover it doesn't have in it what you thought it was going to have in it, right? So this is something that happens often with these cloud applications. It'll happen once a month. Could happen as soon as once a week. Now, what's interesting about that, though, is the cloud, I call it, and it's funny, I'm here in a transit agency, the metaphor I always use is it's like getting on a bus, right? So you don't get to decide what your Salesforce, well, you can decide what your Salesforce application looks like, but you don't get to decide what your transit software looks like or what the functionality is. You go look at what they've built and you decide if it'll meet your needs. Because typically they've built it on, look at this, leading practice, right? So they've usually built it based on leading practice. So it's really not about, does it do what we used to do all the time? It's, does this take us a step towards the leading practice we want to implement? So I think that's important. So let's think about this. And now I've put these on little Post-its. We've got a bunch here on software, right? CRM, interface to the finance system. So I'm clustering these just like it's Post-its on a board. This is why I love this software. Okay, that's a how, not a what. Inventory parts management and and service and job tracking system. So I'm going to put these, do we think these 6 belong together? As sort of one big, any others you would, and let's see what we divide these into. What's another topic area we could group these into?
So on that one, that's the electronic fare collection integration with mobile apps. I think we should add to that one automated passenger counters.
Okay.
Because right, that's another form of software.
Okay.
And that almost goes with, I mean, it is a software and
it is software, but it's sort of the operations piece. Yeah, we're actually answering the integrated operations piece. So does that go here?
Yeah, because
what do you think, Chris? How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean when you see, so the integrated CRM system, customer usage and demand, well, that's part of that, I guess. It's that may be more customer. Let me look.
Yeah, maybe this belongs over here. Wait a minute, I'm getting rid of this one. Maybe this belongs here. So this section would be all about customers.
Right.
This section is all about management reporting. Right. Now, how about outsourcing bus operations? Or do we have any votes for that? I mean, be honest. I'm not going to tell anybody who voted and who didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about,
5.
I mean, we basically just have a contract and they do it all. We don't.
They do it all.
Yeah, no, yes.
Much like our rail operations and maintenance contract. They
Right.
bring out software, they produce the reports.
Yeah, related to that, I had another one on my list that was basically outsourcing some of the other functions or software and internal data and things that they actually have now.
Internal operations, like finance. You already outsource your payroll processing, right? You use Kronos largely, yeah?
Part of it. I mean, there's still a lot of manual process with that.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah, I think
Uh,
those two go together and they go along with that, the adopt other transit agency.
leading practices. Well, yeah, we might want to look at whether they actually do this kind of outsourcing. So agency leading practices, would this be in the way we organize our work? Would you take that friendly amendment, Diane?
The way we organize our work?
Yeah, the way we, in other words, is it outsourced or is it insourced?
I guess we could do that, yeah. We could add that.
I think when we come back to the big meeting,
yeah,
we need to have as our first.
Hire more staff.
Yes, I really think we should.
I'm not going to let you
really
do
think
that.
we should. I think we should.
Kidding aside, I'm now moving
I'm
out
sorry,
of
I just.
Good place have a bad idea area, but that they were solutions. But it was
bad idea. That gets no votes, guys.
No,
How about this one? How about this one of Christina's? One of yours.
I think those two need to be our resounding number 2 choices. I mean, and if everybody keeps a straight face.
I love it. I love it.
Dialogue.
All right, so I like discussing and adopting other transit agency leading practices or leading in models, and maybe we should be outsourcing some things, looking at some different models for how we do our work. Right?
Right.
Okay. So this is the make versus buy question. Should we make it all or should we buy it? Right? Okay. So we've got 3 categories here. One on software, one on, and this is kind of a how we get the software. So I'll stick it over here. Okay.
And Perry, we need to have somewhere, and I don't know where it fits. I had it written down, but and that is staff training. Whether we keep our existing software or we have new software, you have to train the staff to be able so that they can learn to use the tools that has the bells and whistles that exist. Because I'll be honest, there are some staff at bus operations that they may not have the competencies or maybe haven't received the training to truly fully utilize the type of software that we currently have.
And the software company should do that.
What?
The software company, that should be part of their agreement.
It's true. Whoever.
But as staff, and it is usually when you, during the implementation phase, but then as staff turns over,
yeah,
who does the training?
Okay, so we've got 3 zones, and we're supposed to be back in the other room in between 3:10 and 3:15. Okay, so we have it outside, we have 8 minutes. Inside, we got 3. Okay, so here's the question. I'm going to call these 3 suggestions. This one, I'm assuming we're not going to get any votes for, but it could be. Actually, why don't we just do this? Do we have any votes for these 2 together? No. Okay, great. So now let's talk about this one, because this is pretty radical and I like it for that reason. But how many votes do we have? What do we have for this one? So here's what I have to do. See this slide here? We have to come up with a primary idea. What's our best idea? And then we can list some other ones to do. Okay?
I think for me, on the 3 you've got grouped here on outsourcing, internal operations, like discussion, other transit practices and organizational models.
Yep.
Because if we're going to for me, if I'm going to outsource it, then I'm going to outsource it to someone who can do these things over here that's in this group of 6.
That's exactly right.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, so the outsourcing, whether, I think you said whether we buy it or build it, then there's a component of that. And to me, it's those 6. Now, staff training and all of that is if we build it. But these 6 here, to me, are the most critical, whether we develop it ourselves or we outsource it. I mean, there'd be no reason, either way. So,
and I would say, and if we were doing that, we would actually have in this outsource conversation, we would look at software for management and software for, this is fare collection. Remember, this is customers.
Yes.
I think in today's economy, where the experience is everything, if we aren't providing easy apps, electronic fare collection, as easy as Uber or Lyft, that our ridership is going to go nowhere. Right? We will never meet Chris's goal.
Oh yeah,
so,
yes, 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. So why don't we group this in here and say, we want to look at our entire org model and outsourcing as a way to address all of these issues, right? That makes sense? And a supporting idea might be, if we don't do that, we definitely need to invest in some training, right? And you might have to hire some more staff if you don't do this, right? Because you got some good ideas here. And you might need to keep making decisions without data. Mark has not said a word.
I'm agreeing with everything you've got.
All right.
It seemed, I mean, I didn't think about it the way you put it together, but I think it really needs to have the assessment sit down and really discuss what are your needs, though, before you can even decide if you're going to outsource. I think you got to know what you need and what you can and what your strengths are before you really decide if you're going to go internal or external or build it or outsource like we talked about. So to me, it's that section of 6 or so over there on the left that you really need to understand before you can make that decision.
Right.
Yeah, I had that written down too, that to truly understand the connections between all of your data, software driven data houses, and the shortfalls and how they connect and talk to each other.
And I think actually we need to understand the impact of outsourcing. One of the things you guys have the ability to do is, when economic conditions are bad, you can actually start making decisions about who's being let go and the rest of that stuff, right, to move your operation up and down. And outsourcing may be less or more flexible depending on the performance metrics or service level agreements that you set up with the outsourcing operation. So am I to understand that this one is primary? Is that where we are?
I can't read those. Sorry.
Oh,
I don't think so. To me, it's, again, before you can have the outsourcing discussion or other practices, you need to evaluate internally first.
Okay. So where is our evaluation internally?
It's everything on the left, basically.
So we would, sorry, I'm just going to create this. So we would evaluate functionality needed across all these functions, right? Well, functionality needed. And then one of our options might be in all these areas. And one of the options might be down here. An option might be outsource. Another option might be outsource internal operations. Another outsource might be buy software, right?
Mhm.
And actually, the really good news about this is this is really good. This is why we do the North Star at the beginning of these investigations, because it helps guide our work as Accenture, right? Okay, so now how are we feeling about that one? First of all, is it large enough for people to see? Do you want me to make it bigger? Hang on. So our primary idea is discuss and adopt other agency leading practices in organizational models, evaluating functionality needed in fare collection, right? Customer service, management, job controls, finance, etc.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Then we might buy software, we might outsource bus operations, or we might outsource some internal operations. What do you think of that? I'm going to try and make this bigger. How are people feeling? Are you happy with that?
Well, I think we need to add those others or do nothing.
Where are we going to put those?
Right. Well, so other ideas.
Remember, we're solutioning. We're solutioning for the future. Is doing nothing a solution?
It's an option.
Is it a solution? Let me ask my question again. Is it a solution?
No.
Not a good one.
But it's not, asking for a solution, it's asking for ideas.
No, it's asking for solutions. All right, Diane, you must be a lawyer. No, we want solutions here. We want ideas.
We need one more under other ideas.
Yes, ma'am. What would you like? Oh, you want another one under those ideas. Sorry.
Yes.
While you're
staff training.
Yeah,
yeah, that's good.
Okay. Staff training to use the software we already have.
On the outsource internal operations like finance, AP, I think another option is like procurement, because we've actually had that conversation with another transit agency.
Yeah. Now, how are people feeling? So now what ours is going to look like is you're going to do an assessment of all this. Let me make it bigger. You're going to make an assessment of all this, and you're going to pursue a few options. We might completely outsource. We might outsource operations. We might outsource internal operations. We might buy software and beef up our own capabilities. Or we might just decide to do nothing and just do better training. How's everybody feeling? Pretty good?
I'd say the main statement, I don't know that you'd be looking necessarily at just everybody else's model. Maybe you just start it with evaluating functionality needed and then blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
If everybody agrees with that.
All right. Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's where you're starting.
Okay.
Look internal first.
Evaluate. Okay. Then determine how to proceed. How's that? I'm going to go, I probably have a text on my phone here saying, still missing Chris and Perry's groups. I know that. Okay. Okay, on our way. Should I say we're on our way?
Yep.
Yeah, it's 3:18.
Okay, sounds good. Excellent. So I think what we do now is I'm going to stop sharing. And what we do now is leave the room.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And then now, you know what the problem is? I hope somebody was taking notes. Taking notes aside from me. So I'm going to send
Can't you
it
share? Couldn't you share your screen when we come
No,
back in?
I think I'm not allowed to share my screen.
You are. You are. It's enabled now. So as long
really?
as, yeah, as long as Chris or James are not sharing theirs, you can share yours when it's our
Oh,
turn.
that's great. Then that's what we'll do. Okay, cool. Great. All right, guys. Thanks.
Thanks.
See you in a little bit.
Them, so they're on their way.
Group 2 is back.
We were having too much fun, gang.
Yeah, I think we're all back. Chris, you were the last one.
All right. I think, James is compiling here.
Group 2 slide, and then we're good to go.
James, do you need this on my slide now?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Are we holding up, guys? Home stretch.
You need a Snickers.
Nobody said anything.
I heard, who said I need a Snickers?
Who was on mute?
Diane did. She needs a Snickers bar.
I need a Snickers bar
Where's the
too.
beer?
I'll fill time with a personal story. We moved to Jakarta when I was a kid, back in 1988. My dad was in chemical manufacturing. And, we were there when the first McDonald's came along, the first Wendy's and all that. So things like Snickers weren't available, and that was my dad's favorite candy bar. So we sent in the air shipment of your personal goods, no kidding, about a pallet of Snickers bars, not knowing when we'd be able to get another resupply.
Wow, that's funny.
Of the things that I remember.
Yeah.
From back then, the Snickers supply stands out.
had a wise father. He knew.
He brought the pallet probably because he knew his two boys were going to steal from his stash. So he needed to oversupply, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think we can start. If you guys like, how about group one? Why don't we go ahead and kick off, and we can walk through our work. Is that all right? While compile the others. You guys comfortable with that?
Yep.
Okay. And I think maybe we could share the maybe TJ or Raymond, unless TJ you'd like to hold on to your representative role that you were playing earlier.
Raymond, it's up to you, boss.
Raymond, we can't hear you.
I'll yield the floor to you, TJ, unless you want me to take it.
All right, let's see what we can do, and I'll toss it to you because
Okay.
I guarantee I'll miss something.
No, I'm happy to follow up.
All right. So once we kind of got back on track, a lot of the conversation focused around, okay, so we collect data, highly manual right now. We really need to create automation, integration, and analytics capabilities so that staff and the board can actually make data-driven decisions. We have to spend a lot of time collecting data, and then we get to a board meeting and there's some nuance to the data that maybe we need to go back and refine, or that gets asked. And so then we have to wait on that decision until the next month. And so that creates some lag within the systems. And it just makes it difficult for everybody. So being able to have a good data store that can be turned into a dashboard for our users, can be turned into a way that even the media can get a better understanding of how we're doing and create that story of what value we bring to the table, I think are key decision points. And that's the primary idea that we're kind of bringing to the table is why collect data? Well, you collect data because you need to be able to understand what's going on within the system, which is that internal view, but others outside of the system need to be able to quickly and easily get an understanding of, is this an entity that I want to do business with? Is this an entity that I want to make part of my day-to-day commute? Is this an entity that feels good? You know, and that is being responsible with my tax dollars. So there's kind of that internal and external viewing that data collection, I think, does and helps us build a lot more credibility, right? If I've got to go to DART and say, well, I think we have this many riders getting onto your trains, and they turn around and they say, well, no, it's actually this number. That's hard. That puts staff in a bad position. It puts everybody in a difficult conversation. Whereas if somebody comes down and says, well, I heard you do this, and we can just say, well, here, let me pull up a dashboard to show you. Politically it's a great tool, and gets rid of those, or helps to get rid of those preconceived ideas of what transit is or isn't. So you can see here we had some other ideas about, we can get into the nuts and bolts, but being able to automate and see, here's what Route 21 looks like as far as cost per mile and cost per rider, and here's the breakout of federal funds that support that particular route, local funds that support that particular route, overhead, and for us to be able to see that and compare and contrast our routes. So maybe we're not comparing to Dallas, but we can definitely compare internally to different routes and different riderships to give us some ideas as a board, whether we want to make a change to that ridership or not, or to that particular service. If we want to test something, we can put it out there, and staff doesn't have to count tick marks on a piece of paper. Staff just goes through, formulates the spreadsheet or the search for it, and we can all look at it in real time and see how that new idea is progressing over a 90-day period or whatever it happens to be. And Raymond pointed out that sometimes, we see a trend on one thing, but then we look at another data set and maybe it shows us something a little bit different. So we can kind of build some correlation if we have good data.
is decreased, right? And I have this particular issue in my head right now. Is ridership? Yes, we've got COVID numbers driving ridership down, but as ridership comes back, is it staying down because of COVID, or is it staying down because of frequency and service levels? How do we know? Well, it's kind of a guess, but if we had some better data, and maybe some, Raymond called it metadata, maybe we could find some trends that would help us make a better decision on that as opposed to a gut check. So those are kind of the concepts. And then down at the bottom there is like an enterprise dashboard. So for those of you who maybe aren't in that world, being able to take data and turn it into red, yellow, green. Green is good. Yellow, we need to look at it. Red is that's unacceptable. So like vehicle performance is a really good one on that. But safety might be an issue where a particular route is getting too many safety related incidents, or we have a particular employee that's getting injured, or a particular department. That could be an internal OSHA type of thing. So those are the concepts. I mean, I think everybody in this room is sold on data as is important. The question is, how do we link the data to the mission and make it measurable and relevant to not only staff, but also the board, also to our partners and to our users. So that's kind of the conversation here. Raymond, what'd I miss?
Not much. I think, from a data perspective, these are all important. And I think that the tendency is to look at the conventional types of data, cost per mile, cost per hour, pull out, on-time performance. But as we start, there's also going to be other types of data which are going to be more project related, milestone driven, initiatives that talk to, I can't get the taglines right in my mind, but it's, one app, one ride, ride and fly, those sorts of things suggest that there's going to need to be integration of data that we don't currently have. So while this slide is very much focused on existing data, enterprise solutions, dashboards, we're also going to have to integrate other types of milestone driven initiatives and data. But I think, we struggled a bit just trying to figure out how to answer this question, because you can take it in a lot of different directions. But good job, TJ, in representing the information. So thanks.
So question back out to the group here is then, are you generally aligned with this? Is there anything that we've put on the slide here that, we're not going to do a fist of 5 here, but is there anything that you would call, you react to as a 0, 1, or a 2? Okay, hearing none.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yeah, please, Claire.
So I just wanted to point Accenture and the board to and staff to North Texas Tollway Authority. I think they do a really good job of, they went through a similar process like this years ago with a consulting firm, and they came up with one of the tasks they did was come up with a reporting structure at the beginning of every board meeting. We do the same thing, but we package it in a memo. They do it as a presentation, PowerPoint, and they have these are our goals, and they'll have the benchmark, and then they'll show you where we are every month and the trend. The board agreed upon it before, going forward. And I think that's one of the other things that staff has a difficult time with, is anticipating what exactly we're wanting. And so getting an agreed upon, these are the data points we want to track on the front end, and then just having those, they fly through those PowerPoint presentations at the beginning. And then they have exactly what TJ and Raymond said just now, is they if there's a discrepancy or they're behind on something, they have one data point is how fast they clear the tollway when there's an accident. They have what their goal is, they have what turned out for the last month, and then they explain what happened, just kind of in a summary, just so that the board has that, and then it gives a clear path for staff as well. So just a recommendation.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's clear. That resonates with what we've heard. Yes. Okay. James, are we ready for group 2?
Yep. Just need a couple seconds to pull it in.
Okay. Who's the speaker for group 2?
Christina.
Christina.
Okay. Did you guys have any anti-Navy and veteran jokes offered inside of your group on this day in particular? No. Well, us either. I was just asking.
There you go.
All right.
I think Mark should present because this was this primary idea came from his idea. Come on, Mark.
Oh yeah, we were all in on it. All right, well, I'll try and you guys can jump in. So we thought sort of the bigger theme and idea was really just looking internally first, evaluate what functionality is needed in across all different departments and what we're using now and softwares and everything else and how those actually interact and figuring out what can we do to bring that all together. Again, it's almost related to group 1 a little bit. There's a lot of things we talked about in terms of enterprise software, of course, about different apps, different things that can be integrated so that all that data can come back into one house, one main house and data source and storehouse so that we can actually use it and it's all electronic and digital, so it's easier to keep track of and actually spit back out. But that's where it starts first, figuring out what do you need and how does that get you to where you need to be. And then some other thoughts, related to actually having that data or getting it or other ways to look at things that might be more efficient is, do we outsource bus operations? And is that something that we look at, which we've talked about in the past? Do you outsource other internal operations like procurement or AP, which I think some of that's already done, maybe finance or other things that might be able to outsource that you might have better strengths for somebody else to do? Or, do you insource and actually say, do you actually get those, like we just mentioned up above, but do you get those software systems incorporated internally and do you actually go hire somebody or actually just buy the system, get trained on it, understand it so that you can actually use it and actually make it worthwhile for everything that you need. And maybe that's adding, as we talked about, some other user interfaces or things internally for staff or for drivers or whoever that might actually make these systems a little more easy to use and friendly so that you can actually get all the data back that you need. And then really that goes into 5 too, is you may have to just look at, hey, is there more training that we need to do on the current systems in addition to any new ones that you bring in? And if you can't get a consensus or can't figure out where you need to be on any new systems, for sure there's even current systems that are there that actually need to have staff training that they're having difficulty with now that they're just not as efficient with. And I will leave it at that to say anybody else, Christina or others that want to put more into that.
And Pari, on the third one, maybe you could expand, because I know that you brought up how we outsource payroll, and I kind of explained that we do use a payroll company, but that there's still a lot of DCTA staff time that's spent into that information. So can you kind of maybe elaborate on this third one a little bit?
So we were riffing on Christina's idea that we really consider new models we might use to do finance, to run DCTA operations. And so one question was, could you outsource bus operations with a turnkey project, but that would give us all the information we need in order to make the management decisions we need to? Or are there components like procurement, which I think you said that we had, that you had considered in the past, or AP processing, or other parts of finance that we might want to outsource more extensively, in the same way that, I think you use Kronos for payroll and they do the processing and ship and that kind of thing. So, you're outsourcing some of your functions already. Which ones might you want to consider doing so additionally? So this is the classic make versus buy discussion. Do we have enough need to invest in and keep the competency and keep that skill within DCTA to run that function? Or would we be better served by outsourcing that function and instead, actually buying that capability? So that's important. There's lots of, for example, universities that use, outsource their finance leadership. They bring in CFOs that are on contract. It's really it's an amazing model. So we should look at some other transit operators that see what they do. Is that, Diane, where you wanted me to go?
Christina, is that on track?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk about in a complete software enterprise system that would integrate the finance side and the operations side, because there's a lot of breakdown between all the different softwares that we currently have to talk to each other. So that would be number 4. So number 4, it's not super detailed, but we did talk about having a completely integrated software enterprise solution so that everything can talk to each other. And even if we were to outsource, like currently we outsource rail operations and maintenance with a turnkey contract, even if we were to outsource bus operations with a turnkey contract, we still would need some type of a software solution to have all of their systems talk, all of the rail systems talk, and then talk with our finance and procurement software. So there's just a lot of integration that occurs in the back office, and trying to get it all to talk is just, it's a huge project.
Well, and I just, listening to the conversation, this is Raymond, yeah, and I know there's staff on the phone. When we look at these types of things like outsourcing procurement, I don't think the idea is that you outsource everything. We still have a responsibility to ensure governance and those sorts of things. I think what's meant here is that a lot of the thrashing about that we do that's manual is between AP, AR, and a lot of that activity is buying bus parts and buying filters and buying all these things. So when you outsource a turnkey like we do on the rail side, that becomes the responsibility of the contractor to acquire those parts, to finance them, to buy them, to pay for them. And then we're dealing with the contractor's invoice and payment. We still have that contractor that needs to be able to do that. So it's really just getting, in my opinion, I like the ideas, but what it's doing is it's getting the mountain of work, the manual efforts that we have, outsourced to where it's more efficient, more effective, and that we can actually handle the amount of workload with the staffing that's available. And, certainly there's some efficiency that can be gained by doing these sorts of things.
Yeah.
Does anybody respond to any of this? Sorry, go for it, Chris.
Yeah, I was just gonna add something to Raymond's thoughts. I think the board acknowledged before we talked to staff the amount of hours that the staff is required to work, and to include outside of normal business hours. So I think, Raymond, to your point, making it easier and less of a constant challenge to access the information and actually complete the task would be helpful.
Yeah, I just think wordings is important. I can't imagine that we would outsource all of our finance process. We still have, as an agency, a responsibility to the federal government, to everybody else, to ensure a clean audit, to ensure that we're accounting for things properly. but certainly, data processing, payroll processing, procurement processing, all those things can be more efficient.
Yeah, well, let's be clear, and then I think we could move on to the next group. The process that was used to produce the words on a page, right? Intentionally time constrained inside of these breakout sessions. That's meant to just pull out ideas, not fully vetted. Certainly not a business case behind these.
Yeah, I think actually we can just solve this by inserting the words like aspects of finance, such as AP or procurement, and it would all be solved. Okay, we didn't mean total outsourcing of all of finance, such as AP or procurement. There you go. Now get rid of the second finance, please. Sorry.
Word choice when producing the output will be
I
far improved, guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get over to group 3.
So I was a terrible facilitator and failed to nominate a member of my team to report out. Apologies for that. So I'll take it at the top row here, and then open it up to the rest of our team to kind of chip in and capture the rest of the discussion. Like most of the other teams, we kind of identified data as a constraint on current operations. Specifically, our top concern was understanding where customers were traveling. This ends up touching the automatic passenger counter APC system as compared to the much discussed checkmark system currently in place. But really the recurring theme was talking about interagency relationships, not just interagency, but regional relationships. But as we spent a lot of time talking about, sometimes they're referred to as a pizza, other times as an elephant. Dart plays a large role in a lot of the applications as they play out. And so, when we're talking about regional travel apps, regional travel passes, all these things that end up getting filtered through, or at least working adjacent to GoPass. And so we spent the bulk of our time kind of discussing what the surrounding issues around that are. Some of them were how fares were paid and how, Dart has an outsized role in setting the regional fare passes. Some were as simple as whether user fees should be collected or if a different funding mechanism should be put in place to kind of dodge the issue of where fees are collected. But really just talking about the ideas of regionalism and how, collecting data on user movements is certainly core to unraveling some of those relationship issues, but really these are a lot of organizational and relational issues rather than technological ones. So I'll open up to the rest of the team to kind of expand on those. I did want to note number 5. It seems like the Cotton Belt station, or rather the airport station on the Cotton Belt line, is kind of one of the first places where all 3 agencies will really see contact, and so kind of an interesting place to watch those things play out rather than pairwise. But what did I miss? Marissa, Cesar, Javier, Tom?
I think you got everything. Right. Well said.
I think in those metaphors, DCTA was either a pepperoni or a mouse.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I have anything more to add on what was said. It is a cooperative issue that we need to figure out.
Okay.
Outside of group 3, does anybody have any thoughts that if we were to do a fist or 5, would make them a 0, 1, or 2 on what they're seeing in the screen? Is there anything that jumps out as immediate negative for somebody?
No, I would say, Raymond, again, that while the Cotton Belt station is something of interest for everybody, I do believe that there's lower hanging fruit with our other transit authorities that really don't have anything to do with the rail station, but how we use each other's platforms to provide more micro transit, Uber pool, and there a lot of progress has been made between the agencies over the last, I'd say, year and a half. And I think we're much closer to figuring out how to eliminate some of the barriers that exist from a customer's perspective, to be able to travel from any one of our stakeholder communities into Dallas or back, or into Plano from Frisco, and different ways of getting to what I think everybody collectively here said earlier this morning about one seat. It's probably not one seat ride, but it's a connected ride. And the technology exists, and I think there's plenty of opportunities for us in the near future to leverage what's already out there between the agencies to make that a reality. So while I don't disagree that the Cotton Belt Station is a good point, I think there's other starting points that are available to us.
I just like to make a comment about the primary. I think that even within the agency, understanding where customers are traveling and what modes. Like for instance, if we decide to put in a lift zone and we get increased rail traffic, is that related? We don't know right now because we don't have what we used to call origin destination. We don't have that kind of information. I think that kind of information is critical to understanding changes in our traffic patterns and how we can do better.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, to add to that, I would say we didn't spend a lot of time talking about number 5, the Cotton Belt Station. We did spend a lot of time talking about number 2 and 3 and figuring out how we have a more regional approach for a better rider experience, as well as being able to identify trips. We may have ridership information, but to be able to tell how many different points along the system a rider touched, or where they connected with DART or Trinity Metro would tell us a lot, and obviously would give us much better information when we're talking about service changes if we knew kind of full travel pattern rather than just a list of unlinked trips.
Yeah, the stuff you can do with tap on, tap off fare card information is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
it's a really, really valuable resource.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for the sake of time, because we got about 10 minutes left, let's go to group 4. Mr. Burke is our nominated individual to present this.
All right, so kind of the top priority, or what we picked to be our primary idea, is more of a long-term, but remedy the DART DCTA Trinity and Mills connection, and that kind of, as far as building customers, that kind of ties into the Cotton Belt and getting access to the airport and regionalism. But we recognize that's not something that you can implement immediately. Some of the things you can implement probably more rapidly are 2, 3, and 4. Shrinking bus routes to increase timings on the schedules, fill in and augment with MOS and rideshare to allow for increased frequency and duration of service hours. Claire had a great idea that could be implemented at universities or secondary schools to have kind of a life skills class and teach students how to ride the bus, like a train the trainer program. And Nicole said that they've got something they're working on right now, which maybe even would be adaptable to that format. And then Claire also suggested that the city of Austin does this where they put directional signs, citizens can do it, to places along the trail so that users can kind of know, like, hey, here are the businesses that you're passing that may be of interest to you, to try to use our trails as a tool for economic development. And, so that people that use them, maybe right now for exercise or just 1 or 2 purposes, might develop better habits of use so that those assets would be better utilized. And then, of course, partnering to ensure transit-based development around the system. We all agreed that would increase usage and grow the system. My personal caveat to number 2 was, I said within a couple of years, I'd like to not be making decisions about frequency of routes and distance and all that. I'd like the board to get out of that business at some point. But these were our primary ideas. And if any of the rest of the group would like to elaborate on any of them, or there's any feedback, please.
I would love to add a few notes about 3 and 4. We did talk about teaching the students how to ride bus, and we do currently do that with our university students, and we have some program outreach to the independent school districts. But Claire had the great idea of taking the train the trainer program that we're currently developing, and then really pitch that to the high schools, and it could actually be part of their curriculum, where maybe they take a half day and get from an origin and a destination only using transit. So I thought that was a great improvement upon our existing. And then also on number 4, putting up the directional signs, Claire shared a great example of another city that is doing this. And I did mention that, we are going to have an interactive trail map that does the same thing online shortly, but I loved the idea of making it more interactive when you're actually out on the rail trail. So I thought some of these, as Sam said, were, a lot of this some of it was low hanging fruit that we could actually, go out, do and achieve.
We also discussed in the group kind of like bigger long-term stuff, such as identifying new rail stops or identifying other rail investments and getting those on the long-term plan so that we can at least find out, if they're on the long-term plan, what kind of regional and federal resources will be available to us if we want to do those things. And talked a little bit about the cart and the horse on that may be important to get those things on a long range plan so that we can find out what the resources are and not wait to find out what the resources are before we make a plan. It just seems to work in reverse a little bit. Like you have to have the plan and then you find out what the resources are.
Mm-hmm.
How about outside group 4? Anybody had any reactions to this before we flip to our last slide?
Seeing none.
Seeing none.
I'll punt it back to you, Chris. Then.
Okay. Made it. Thank you very much. That I'll ask for your feedback, being sensitive to time regarding the day here, but I think you all accomplished a lot, particularly in the morning. I think that was great work, and the way that you were riffing off of each other was exciting to see. So we've got the makings of a potential future state vision for the agency that you coalesced around. I don't know if you envision that as a potential outcome for the day, but I think it was exceptional. So allowing us to be a part of that process was, we thank you for. So you've come up with a lot of different ideas besides those that resulted in the statement that we generated coming out of lunch. We'll capture all of those. They are yours. We'll package them up into both the readout from today, as well as some supporting documents, as I said earlier, that you'll have. So I know we have more than the 20 ideas that we viewed here coming out of the group that we'll take as we move into the next weeks of this work to both inform the current state analysis, but then determine ways that they can impact the future state recommendations and ultimately the roadmap to begin realizing the vision that you all laid out the beginnings of today. So happy to take, I know we're right up against the deadline here, but happy to take any closing thoughts that either Deanne, you might offer, Raymond, you might offer, anybody else would offer to us or the group.
Chris, this is Nicole. Could you provide maybe an update on, like, is there going to be a document that comes out of this visioning session and the board would have an opportunity to look at and provide feedback? Or what are going to be the tangibles that come out of this?
Yeah, so there will be, you can anticipate at least 2 different documents, Nicole and everyone else. So there'll be a readout. So we'll likely produce a PowerPoint format, readout activities, results of each activity. And then that would include things around the areas where we were able to generate consensus, areas where consensus maybe didn't exist to the same extent, as well as an inventory of the ideas that came out of the activities this afternoon. And you and I can visit on the best format for that. We've done that a couple of different ways. But yes, there will be documentation around it.
Well, I just want to thank you guys. I think this was a great process. I mean, you know, I think one of the questions you asked us individually was, you know, what do you hope to see at the end of some of these things? And for me, this was one of them. Can we get consensus from the board in the direction we want to go, and with staff involvement? And I agree that first part of the day, and this was great too, that what we did just now, but I think that it was the most efficient way to have done it. And I love that everyone participated. And I mean, it gives me a better direction of where the board and staff are looking.
I would agree. I really appreciated the collaborative nature of it was very efficient. I think very effective. I really enjoyed the opportunity, not just for me to interact directly with board members, but I'm sure my staff also feels the same way, that they engage directly with board members to kind of create the future vision of DCTA. So I really appreciate it. It's very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully there's not too much more standing in between you and weekends. Yep. And I think we will remove ourselves as one. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
Chris.
Thank you.
Great week.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Perry.